Get your fucking hands up. Get on out of your seats. All eyes on me. All eyes on me.
Yeah. Fuck yeah. Let's go. I got my coffee. I got my monster. It's in my pants. Oh shit. Oh, that's hot. Coffee. I burned my lip.
All right. What is up, everybody? The party? Are you trying to say the party, there's a pants party and I'm invited? Yep. Oh, hello, everybody. What is up? How we doing? Good to see you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, all around the world. My name is Ezekiel III, and it's time for more demos. Woo! A big surprise. I'm going to be playing demos all day. Again. Holy fucking fuck. We only have 95 left, guys. Only 95 left. Red is not your color, my friend. You know what? Maybe you're right, but I only have so many shirts. God damn this hair. Can we change to blue? Man. Fuck you. Fine. Fine. I got blue now. Better? Look at this. A balding bearded man in giant granny panties. Is this what makes you laugh? Are we laughing now?
No shirt, gang poggers.
Thank you for your money, though. I do appreciate it. I'm not going to change again.
You know
I have
what?
to go all the way
Red is
downstairs,
better.
around the
Smile.
fucking living room, and into my bedroom, and then into my closet. I'm not doing it again. I'm already out of breath. All right. Anyways, thank you guys for being here. Hope you guys are having a good day. We're going to play some demos. Thank you, Vincent, for gifting out 9 subs. Jesus. To Never to Nick, Polo Dan, Bionic Berry 2, Gray Fox 13, and a kanji name that I can't read. Also, I crack myself up. Keep your day job. Keep your day job. Banham of Twitch and Fashion Advisory. There you go. Thank you. And yeah, 9 you say? No. Sorry. I was wrong. I completely wrong and I apologize. Ek Power TV, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Taylor Zam with 100 bits. And then Vincent with 50 more because I'm not out of breath enough. So here we go. Vincent has gifted out 50 subs to Big Walter, Stefan the Mogul, Apocalyptic Rar, NG, Varkin, User 2677, Flame 55, Bob Spike, Death is Watching, Dinioyo, God damn it, Shiny Coney, Baked Potato, Mikey JC, Mikan 007, Basilu, Vader of Loxley, Gothmog, Transitional Bird, Zookle, Milo Stan, Forte Sharper, HB128, Granin, Triangus, Basic Adam or Basic Adam, Talon 82, Sotonian, Banished Viper, Tasty Beats 93, Desert White,
Eat my asshole!
Morse Codec, Mind Over Marty, Foul, The Big Nairo, Strigid, Emotionally Unavailable, Senexu, Scarea, Jewish Raver, Teodo,
My dick's all shitty from your asshole.
Thank you. The Unspoken Thing, Titanium Spines 86, Karaki, Neon Flux, Guy the Bing Unit, SJC RPV, Strategy Guide 1, Wally D, and Pinup Lover, and Major J03. Those are all gifted from Vincent. Trash Hunter gifting us up to Meat Blah. There we go. 6 Pete Under with the 300 bits, and Goody with 800 bits. Good morning. I think blue doesn't suit you. Maybe try red. I'm not changing again. I just told you. All right, we have a joke for the day. And the joke for the day is, this morning I came early to my office and switched places of the M and N's on as many keyboards as I could. Some people would say I'm a monster, but other would say I'm a nomster. Okay, that's pretty good. I like it. I like it. Not too bad. Not too bad.
Seems I'm sweet as hell, so it's like I said, wherever you have a man, deep. You got to manly loop, that's it, and loop deep. You go about out.
There you go. I am the Scat Man. I don't know if you knew this, but I am the Scat Man. Zeke, what's the ugliest you've ever felt? And you can't pick right now, that's too obvious. Why? And listen, this was the guy who earlier in the show, while the highlight was playing, was like, more kind people is better for the world. And then he's like, hey, you ugly piece of shit. Yeah. Man. Dude, you know, I don't know what, like, do you need a punching bag or something, Scott? Like, do you need, like, no, you need something to react to how hateful you are. You know, I'm glad I'm here for you. I'm glad I provide that for you. I am. I'm glad that someone in this world can give you the release you need, because if I wasn't here, you damn well know that Scott would be doing that to his wife and kids. So I'm taking one for his family. I'm taking several, a lot, hundreds for his family. No, and Scott's not a physical guy, but he would definitely emotionally abuse his entire family if I wasn't here for him to, like, I'm his steam valve, like, shh, I'm getting pretty steamed up. I better go call my friend a fat, ugly bastard. Ah, that's better. God damn it. Anywho. Zeke, in the rare occasion that you do pee standing up, where do you aim? I often aim for the sides of the bowl to clean off the poop stains. I can't believe I'm saying that's a good question, but that's a good question. Let me think. When I do stand up to pee, it's usually at a urinal, but if I have the occasion to stand up to pee at on a toilet, I think I usually aim for the back. I usually aim for the, like, right above the water, so it doesn't make the noise when you hit the water. And it seems like for the sprinkles that it would make, it might make, like, if it's gonna splash, it's gonna splash up to underneath the back of the back of the seat of the bowl. Actually, no, I put the seat up. Yeah, I don't know. Just the back of the bowl. Above the water. I don't know. Yep. Right about, yeah, if we're looking at the toilet like a clock, like high noon. High noon is where I aim in the bowl. You don't realize how much of a splash there is until your toilet is next to a glass door shower. That's why I don't pee standing up. I do not pee standing up in my own house or anybody else's house, to be honest. So you're welcome, anybody's house I've been to. I pee sitting down because I don't want to even think about looking for pee-pee sprinkles after I'm done peeing at my house or anybody else's. I remember the last time I peed standing up. It was it was that. Don't tell Max this, but it was at Gassy Mexican's house. And I think I didn't sit down because I just got out of the pool or something, and I didn't want to get like water all over the toilet from my swimsuit or whatever, my body. So I stood there and I peed, and I completely missed the inside of the bowl. I was just like, well, I'm gonna pee, and it just goes, and it hits the fucking edge of the bowl and just splatters out. I'm like, oh, fuck this. Fuck me. God damn it. And it's because I'm out of practice. Yeah, I'm Ganga. It is. It's because I'm out of practice. Like, you know what? I'm going to save clean chlorinated pool water from getting all over the toilet bowl. And instead, I'm going to piss on it. And it just goes, and you know, the edge of the toilet bowl is just flat. So it just goes, and it's just splashing on the fucking walls and on the floors. And I'm like, God damn it. So I pinched it off real quick and I fucking wiped off the wall in the bowl and then put the seat down and sat back down. I'm like, fuck this forever. I'd rather clean up chlorinated pool water than piss. A goddamn side eye on the one-eyed bandit. Yes. Thank you, Heldon, for gifting a sub to piss everywhere. The worst wee is the 2 a.m. sit down wee where you have to have a rod on, you have to push it down to get in the bowl. Yep. It's this guy where you're like, and you go, and like, you get like that, and it goes, it's the fucking underside of the seat. And you touch the side anyways and splatter your whole rod. Yeah. Because it's like, it's this far from the edge of the fucking bowl, so it goes, and you're just like, it's fucking, there's piss all over the head of my dick now. Great. Best way to pee. I'm going to regret opening this, aren't I? Oh, the fucking Yakuza. Yeah. The Yakuza peeing mini game. Yeah. That was good. Not all of us are that well endowed to experience that. How dare you show off? Kelvar, I'm not that well endowed. I just had some pretty small toilets in my life. Like, I've lived in studio apartments where the toilet is like 3/4 size toilet. So I'm not saying I'm built large. I'm just saying, like, you got a small enough toilet, that shit becomes a project. Like, to get to pee with a boner. This must be a sponsored segment. It absolutely is. It's a sponsor. I'm doing a sponsorship for the oh God, what is it called? Not a good sponsorship. I can't remember the name of it. The thing you put on the end of your dick to pee in the, like, on a golf course. Like, you just put that cup up on your thing and you're just sitting there, like, because it looks like a golf club. Oh, we got a soundbite to add. Oh, the sheepy. Yeah, that's right, because it's for women. I guess. I mean, dudes can use it too. It's not relegated to just women. You can do it if you're a dude. Okay, let's add a new soundbite to the board. The newest one is this.
Shh, little butt crack. Be quiet. This is a ninja mission.
There you go. And this one, oh no.
Your fucking warrant don't ever go over my fucking head again, you motherfucker, you.
That's a good one, dude. But we got to get rid of it. It's done. Joe Pesci is done. Spent his time on the board, and now it's going to go. And in place, we're going to put this gem.
Bad guy in a little coat.
There you go. That guy in a little coat. Tommy Boy special there. In a little coat. All right. B4, you go. That is now up on the big board as B4. Wonderful. One more time.
Bad guy in a little coat.
He's got a good voice, too. All right, there you go, Mr. That one was for Scott. Yeah, I bet. All right, saving the profile. There we go. Fat guy in a little coat is in. Give us a rundown of all of them so far. Okay, I will. Would you want to hear them? Yeah, let's just listen to them. Shall we? Okay. A1.
Get your fucking hands up. Get on out of your seats. All eyes on me. All eyes on me.
A2.
You dumbass Nick.
A3.
Bow weep, grana weep, nitty bun.
A4.
I said shut up.
As in close your mouth.
And stop talking.
Right. B1.
I'd twist your nutsack off if I could find the little bugger.
B2.
This is Coke Carnage. Make sure to wish list Emberville. Woo!
B3.
Shh, little butt crack. Be quiet. This is a ninja mission.
That's a little long, but I let it go. B4.
Bad guy in a little coat.
C1.
Well, I'ma beat my meat.
C2. And now I'm sucking these dudes. Those dudes taste so good. C3.
Yeah, baby.
C4.
I can go anywhere.
Suck my dick.
Friends to know.
There you go. That's all of them. Now play them all at once so they overlap. I can't physically do that. I can play 4 at once and then switch and play 4 again, but it's going to have a delay. All right. That's ad break done. We made it through the halfway or the half hour break. So it's time to get to the motherfucking demos. We got 90 plus 5. And that means we have 102 demos to get through today. Gonna start on the A sides. Give it a little roll. 1D90. 9 it is. Let's see what the first game of the day is. It's going to be Brawl Party, maybe. We'll see. Let's look at it and see if it's a game for us. Brawl Party. Oh, this is a multiplayer. Online PvP. At the end of this event, are you going to publish a list of the best demos that you played? I probably should. I mean, how many have we got? Almost 100 played, 99 played thus far. Oh, God damn it. These are all wrong. All wrong. Nope. There we go. You, in a Google Doc spreadsheet, how would I take this cell and move it up to the top? Control X. Right click. Oh, so you're saying like there's no like quick way to do it. Just go insert cells and shift down, copy and then paste. And then delete the cell. I mean, I was hoping there was like a quicker way to do it. Okay. Could we continue with the one that got cut short yesterday? You know, that's actually not a bad idea. We can definitely like, because it's already up there. We got cut off playing Catechesis yesterday because it was we did the chameleon game. So that's not a bad idea. I think we can do that. Let's jump in that. And then we can see about what that other game is. I did want to give this a little bit more time. Okay. So what you missed from this game yesterday is the trailer is a fever dream, and it's made by the people who did what was the fucking game that they're I want to say Psycho Romeo, but that wasn't it. Yuppie Psycho, that's what it is. Yuppie Psycho. So if you know that game, you know their kind of style. We started off as a mosquito, and we buzzed around a little bit trying to find our way to this particular altar boy. We went through vents and all this kind of shit, avoided spiders, and we bit this altar boy. And nothing has happened quite yet, except he's seeing whatever this is in the basement of the church. The priest of the church was like, hey, put all the shit away and douse all the candles. So we did that. And then we saw this chick, and we're like, we're going to follow her into the basement of the church. And that's where we are. So we followed her into the basement of the church, and we're going to find out what the fuck. Hey, you can't come in here. This is a private area. Hello? And then, yeah. I didn't know I could roll. I didn't even... I can dodge roll, apparently. I keep the altar boy's clothes. And there's bad quality wine. Oh, that's right. I was going to see if I close and reopen the game, I'm going to see if a controller will work for this. It didn't seem like it was going to. It's not plug and play at least, but this would be a great game for controller. Oh, thank you, Gray Fox. Oops. Damn it. Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay. Nope. There we go. Yeah, dude. Okay. There we go. Right bumper to run. Okay. I think all these are going to say the same thing. Yeah, bad quality wine bottles. And then you got like medium quality or white wine. Money used to buy things. Then there's this thing. What is this? I better not touch anything. I don't want to get into trouble. So yeah, there's something funky going on in this church. And then we see Sophie. Hey, what's up, Daddy? Here's the mass over right here. I liked it very much. Sophie, you can't be in here. What are you doing with those bottles? It's nothing. I was just checking them out. What do you mean, checking? Well, I took a course in wine. You know, the ones of those wine tasting ones with glasses and stuff. A wine tasting course? Yeah, that. Don't you remember? But you're underage, Sophie. You're not allowed to drink wine. Yeah, but we don't drink it. I mean, well, to be fair, in professional wine tastings, you don't drink the wine, you spit it out. Of course. That's what we used to do. We kept spitting on each other all the time. See who could spit the furthest. And so, my dear friend, I only have come here to admire the impressive quality of the wines you have here. I'm sorry, Sophie. I don't know what's gotten into me lately, or today. For a moment, I thought that you had snuck in to steal. How can I think so badly of my best friend? I'm the worst. I confess, yes, I was stealing. Excuse me? I was invited to a party by the 3rd graders, and I told them I'd take care of bringing the alcohol. The 3rd graders wanted alcohol? Where the fuck do you live? Oh, France? I guess France. Sophie. Apparently I'm in the game. Mr. Ezekiel! I'm not allowed to be snooping around the wine cellar. He'll be furious if he catches us. But will he tell my parents? I think we're both gonna be in so much trouble. My parents find out I'm doomed. Help me, Daddy, please. The window leads to the garden. We can escape out that way. Give me the bottles and get out first. Bottle of bad wine. Bottle of red wine. Bottle of white wine. Who's there? I know you're hiding around here, you filthy rat. If any bottle of my precious wine is missing, I swear I will gut you with my bare hands. Whose voice is that? This terrifying feeling, is he really going to kill me? I have to put these bottles back in place and get out of here. If I hide under the tables, he won't see me. And if I move while crouching, I won't make any noise. I can duck with B. Well, I gotta see what happens, right? Gotcha! What is happening to me? Oh no. Okay. I didn't know that I would, I bet no matter what I do, even if I get the wine bottles back, I bet this happens, I'd imagine.
Wake up. Prepare for firearms testing. Pick up the Beretta and ammunition from the table.
I don't want to do this again. I can't do it anymore.
Pick up the Beretta and ammunition from the table.
Semi-automatic, short recoil, holds 9 bullets. Ammunition for Beretta pistol.
Remember the rules. While aiming, press right trigger to fire. Aiming appears as a cone. Stay steady and you will shoot with a greater accuracy.
Please, I'm not feeling well. Could I go back to my room?
Negative. Don't forget that you can reload the weapon by pressing X.
I hate this.
Engage the moving targets.
Oh, I didn't load it. Oh, okay. Why do I keep shooting? I don't want to.
Open fire on all targets. Engage the moving targets. Shoot.
No.
Daniel, I order you. Shoot.
No! I don't want this! I never want to do this again. Oh, shit, okay. Top left for the name of the demos. All right, so I have a total of, I think, 27 bullets. Yeah. I know! Oh my god! Flashlight. Okay. The ropes have, I would need something to cut them. There's also a note that says, do not open temporarily closed due to pop malfunction. It's my little brother, Micah. He's sleeping. We usually rest on these beds when we pass out from
Since you are in
training.
the south now, I should say yeehaw.
Yeah! Thank you for the 55 months there, BD Saint. I mean, I gotta try it, right? My father makes me do daily physical training. The data of my last training are displayed. I would like to be able to exercise outdoors without all these machines controlling me. Oh. Medkit. Oh, I do have stamina. I didn't even realize. Yep. There it is. Stamina spent will not be recovered while running. Okay. Run and step on the red buttons. You can dodge by pressing right bumper, consumes dodge or consume stamina. If you use up all your stamina, you'll be out of breath for a while. Oh my god, a knife. Knives are secondary weapons. You can use your secondary weapon by pressing left trigger. Melee consumes stamina. But they're good at keeping enemies at bay and knocking them out longer. Oh shit, I can't go back. Okay. Managing stamina is key in combat. Running out of stamina leaves you at the mercy of the enemy. Oh, I have to start it over again? Whoops. Left trigger. No! God! Fucking damn it! Do the fucking roll, you fucking piece of shit. There we go. They're not real targets. They're real fake targets. That one seems real. Boxes with Pops remains. Pops are my favorite, are my father's servants. Okay. Yo, Abaddon was 71. Thank you, Abaddon. Daniel, come to daddy. Well. Amen to ball. Wait a fucking minute. Oh yeah, this is where I started. Okay. Right, right. Okay. Z, can you keep a secret and promise not to tell anyone, not even Chad? I don't break out Kit Kat bars, I just eat them whole. Hey, I tried it once. I don't get it. I just try to just chomp right into it. Just seems so barbaric. Are we voting on banning him for that? Okay, that was way easier. Okay, I got the bolt cutters. Now I gotta remember which one was bolted. Oh shit, there's another one. Ammo. There we go. I got 20. Okay. Was it this one? Shit. Well, if he's not gonna bother me, I'm not gonna bother him. Ah, damn it. Oh, it's the locker, that's right. That's a lock. Can't open it. Yeah, there you go. Doctor's clothes. In the pocket is a note. Password 8140. There we go. Okay. If they make Kit Kat chunkies like the smaller ones, would be worth breaking. Sure. I still feel the pain from the tests they've been doing on me. Father, I know you're watching me. I can't do this anymore. I've never become what you want me to be. I'll never become what you want me to be. Let me out of here, please. I love you, Daniel. I love you very much. I'm sure someone is watching me from the other side. Okay. So that's it? Ooh, I dig this. I dig this music. Are Butterfinger BBs not a thing anymore? Bart Simpson couldn't sell them well enough? Oh, I gotta shoot the glass, I bet. There you go. Oh, I'm gonna kill every last one of you motherfuckers. Goodbye, Father. What do you think you're doing? I'm leaving. I'm leaving this house for good. Oh. Okay. Let's calm down. Yeah, I'm fucked. Okay. You'll never escape your own blood. So this is a metaphor for how guns set you free? Sure. Here he is, knocked out cold. Now's my chance. Sorry. Hey, you wake up! You're gonna be late for school. Come on, lazy bones, it's already daylight. Yes, I know. Yes, I was a bad doctor. I was Dr. Wily, but then I found Jesus, and he saved my soul. You asked for it. Okay. Oh. Pressing catch technique, Massachusetts tornado! What? Grandpa, stop, I'm gonna throw up! Can you believe your grandfather's muscle power 300 years old? Yes. It's because I'm part human, part dinosaur. Komodo dragon blood runs through my veins. Okay. Are Komodo dragons notoriously strong? Welcome to Ezekiel's restaurant. What would you like for breakfast today? Allow me to recommend 5 new chef specialties. Rustic Alaskan duck confit, beef stuffed with eggplant and cod cheeks, triangular marshland soup, deconstructed 4 seasons paella. What strange dishes? Didn't he say 5? I'm gonna have the stuffed beef. A very good choice, let's go. Voila! Is it cereal? Oh, yeah. Grandpa, it's just milk and cereal. I like to respect the purity of the product without unnecessary frills. But if the young master doesn't like it, you can always make your own breakfast. No, this is fine. Thank you very much. I'm gonna drink some fucking wine. But Grandpa, how are you gonna have wine for breakfast? Look who's talking. Didn't I catch you yesterday stealing some bottles from the cellar? Sorry, Grandpa. No, I didn't mean to. Did you steal them for yourself or were they for someone else? I will tell the truth. No, I can't tell Aunt Sophie. Your parents would kill her. Yes, they were for me. Oh, no choice then? Not to drink it, but to practice. Being a waiter. You're a bad liar, son. Relax, man. It's okay. What worries me is that you look bad. Yesterday, you fainted and you were talking in your sleep all night. Are you feeling better? Yes, I think I'm okay now. I don't know what happened to me. I started feeling weird during Mass, and I remember having nightmares last night. I have an idea. How about after school, instead of working at the church, we take the afternoon off and go fishing? Fishing? Wait, what if we go to the park and play baseball? Would you? I'd love to, Grandpa. But what about the parishioners? We put a note on the door and that's it. Not a soul. Not even God is coming lately. Well, I'm off to school. Very good. Remember what I always tell you. Be a good boy and help others. Very good. And go on now. Get out of here. Why don't you go to the garden and cut some weeds? Wait, I have to go to school, though. Don't I? Keep my toothbrush with the glasses and dishes. We don't have much space in this house. I bought a second-hand DVD player. If you find a movie, you can watch it there. Problem is, it only works whenever it feels like it. Oh, don't worry about that scrambled up channel. Just don't listen to it. You know what? Don't use the TV. I was kidding. Comics, magazines, old toys. Nothing important. Oh, an outhouse? Okay. Scent of lavender. I don't know why, but it taste feels very unpleasant to me. My name is almost erased. I think that's Grandma's grave. Grandpa tells me not to go near the well because there's a demon lives inside. Girls shitting does not give me a boner, does it? Does it? If I want to leave, I would put the knife back first. Oh, really? Do I, though? How am I going to defend myself at school if I don't have a big old butcher knife or a chef's knife? What was your take on the whole GTA 6 situation? Physical copy, no disc, log behind, higher price edition. We'll talk about it. Do you want my short answer? That all of that shit sounds like fucking horse shit. If you want my short answer. Grandpa, you drink a lot of wine. Drinking wine is good for your bones. There's a lot of calcium. Here, a little money for snacks. Okay, thank you. Someone's knocking at the front door. Hello, I'm sorry, but the church is closed. You'll have to come later.
Oh, what a fool I am. I apologize. I'm leaving right away. Yep, I'm gone.
Are you feeling well?
Forgive me, truly. I have been walking for several months. And now that I have finally reached my destination, I feel such relief that my strength has left me.
Several months of walking?
Yes, I'm a pilgrim. I've been traveling on foot for years.
Ah, I get it. You must be very tired. Please sit here for as long as you need.
Really? No bother?
Our church is open. Anyone who needs it, rest here until you regain your strength.
Thank you very much, son. God bless you.
Thanks, sheep. Physical copies being code only has been done for years. Well, why do they call it a physical copy? It's not a physical copy. That's the whole fucking thing. It's like, hey, you want to buy an ice cream cone? It's just the cone. And you get like a voucher to tell you you can get ice cream somewhere else. The fuck? The fuck you talking about? Get somewhere else. Okay. Well, you know what? We got lots of games to pick up today. This is a fucking cool game. And I think it's going to be great. I'm definitely going to be checking that out when it releases. And I think it's already on my wish list, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's already on my wish list. Good job. Yep. All right. What was that other game? That PvP game. What did we rolled a something. What did we roll? It was like animal something. It was a 9. There you go. What was it? Oh, Brawl Party. That's what it was. Well, I mean, we'll try it. There we go. Let's check it out. See if it's something we want to play. It is PvP, so there's a chance that we won't be able to play it. But if there's not enough people playing it at the moment, but we'll fucking give it a shot. Why not? Okay. Brawl Party. All right, Brawl Party is a 2 to 8 multiplayer party game where fast-paced mini-games and competitive night game battles turn friends into rivals, outplay everyone, and be the last one standing. Wishlist Brawl Party to follow this development. Developed by Nihat Temel, published by development published by these two, Oscar Arslan. It says it's coming soon. Let's see if we can even play it. Yeah, I think the bigger problem is that the game is like, there's game content locked away behind an Ultimate Edition. Like, that's something you reveal later. You don't just do that right away and say like, hey, you're not getting the full game, by the way. This $80 price tag or whatever it is, we're just gonna tell you you're not getting the full game. So you pay for the Ultimate Edition for $100 and whatever dollars.
Joyful start, a tune that plays till the sun turns dark. A pause, a hush, then a rapid race. Start quick in a playful chase. A flash laughs, and the loops. A never-ending sprawl. Dancing notes, a swirling spin.
Yeah, pre-order bonuses usually are like cosmetics and shit. Right? Not game stuff. Phase. Right? Most of the pre-orders I buy are like, hey, pre-order this and you get like a cool skin or a cool gun or something like that. Like, it's not like story or map or whatever content. That's what I'm gathering is happening. I don't know though. But that's why I don't fucking talk about this shit until we're on Drop Frames, because JP knows it. He does the research. I don't. I'm just talking out my fucking ass. Why do you even ask me these stupid questions? Pete, thank you for gifting a sub to the Kremlin. And to top it all off, I don't give a shit about GTA 6. I'm the last person you should be asking. Okay. It doesn't look like this game's ready yet, so. Or ready for, you know, enough. There's not enough people playing it to really get it going, so. Let's roll again. All right. 1D89. We are down past 90s. 56. Thank you for your money, though. I do appreciate your money.
Hey,
GTA 6 isn't even my jurisdiction. Some games have done exclusive missions as pre-order bonuses. Yeah. Whatever. I'm not gonna argue with you because it's not a fucking game that I'm gonna buy anyways. At least not till it comes to PC. Which will be 2030. Fuck. Now I forgot the number again. God damn it. 56. There we go. Rails and Rivals. Oh, it was a different game. What was the other? The other game was Rails and Tails, or no, there, Tiles and Vials. There we go. It was Tiles and Vials. This one's Rails and Rivals. Different game. Okay. Rails and Rivals. Bingo. What dis? Oh, fucking what? Okay. I'm not going to dismiss it out of hand, but it definitely does not look like a game for me. Okay. All right. Downloaded it. Build your railroad empire in Rails and Rivals, a turn-based strategy board game. Play tracks across hex terrain, deliver goods between cities, and manage your finances to stay ahead of the competition. Okay. Rails and Rivals. Okay. Oh, wait. I didn't do the thing. Coming out July 20th. So next month. Developed and published by Creahive Games. Let's go. Are you fucking kidding me? Is this another PvP? Why are the fucking Steam previews so loud and the games are so quiet? I don't get it. Oh, wait. Learn to play. Welcome. You can move around the map like this, okay? Find a road. You begin with no cash, so raise capital first. Click the issue bond button and issue 5 shares bond for instant money. But remember, each share pays $1,000 in dividends every end of turn phase, so borrow only as much as you need. Okay. Place your first tracks. Click the build track button at the bottom. Okay. Then click the highlighted hexes to lay up to 4 track tiles per round. Each place track tile costs money based on its terrain type. Building over plains costs 2,000 and mountains 4,000. Okay. Oh! Wait, I didn't. Okay. No end turn button, I guess. Click the deliver goods button at the bottom. I can't. This marks eligible goods that are ready to deliver. Click one of the red. Shut the fucking. No. No. Brain. Brain, no work. Brain, no good. Bad brain. Let's try something else. I don't want to learn a board game. All right, 27. Let's see if this is easier for dumb me to figure out. It's just called fish! Oh, this game came out. While it was on the list, it came out June 22nd. So this game came out 3 days ago. And it looks like the demo is gone. So if you want to suggest this for Indie Day, you go right ahead. All right, there's another one I don't have to worry about. Okay, next. 43. Lifted. Okay, there we go.
I'm not doing it for money, Ari.
We're not doing it for the money. We're doing it for a shitload of money.
Why the heck are we looking for this tiara? It's windy up here. Let's keep moving so we don't freeze to death. Good idea.
Okay, get lifted. Play as slacker Ari, the accidental wingman in his professor's manic love-fueled time heist. Swing, climb, and puzzle through history to outsmart rival Tomb Raiders in a cinematic 80s blockbuster adventure. This is coming out in a month. Developed and published by AdventureWorks LLC. Let's check it out. And I got my controller. I think it's a controller game. Oh, and they're built like Rayman for whatever reason. They don't have limbs. They just have hands and feet. And a torso.
We're here. What? Here?
Ari?
Where are we?
Like Marty?
Of the rest of your life. but...
There we go.
But Professor, hurry. Welcome to Well, that was anticlimactic. Wait, what?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Egypt, apparently. Egypt? How did we get all the way to Egypt? We were only in there for 10 seconds. We were in there for over 200 years. Well, we traveled over 200 years, so technically we were in there for forget, you get it.
He even talks like Marty.
We in that? Uh-huh. The Anytime
It's
elevator.
such a fucking Back to the Future ripoff. Oh my god, I didn't know.
It's not like I intentionally landed us here, Julius. Okay, but you're gonna take us back to Kasdan, yeah, right? Of course, absolutely. Yes, we are going right back. Just give me
Whoa,
give me
Doc,
a
heavy.
Well, that can't be good. Oh, do you think so? Uh-oh. What do you mean, uh-oh? Wait. We can't be here.
You made a
Professor.
time machine
I have to get
out of a
back.
DeLorean?
I have school and homework and a date with Gabby and... Oh, no, I have a date with Gabby. Professor, we have to get back. Well, good news and bad news.
I have to get back
which
for
do you
Jennifer.
wanna hear
Yeah,
first?
dude,
Good.
the plot.
No, bad. Wait, no. Good. Bad. Yeah, bad. Give me the bad. We're not going anywhere for at least a couple days.
Couple of days? Oh man, Gabby's gonna kill me. What's the good news?
The good news is we get to explore 1800s Egypt. Isn't that exciting?
No. We have to go home.
Well, it's gonna take some time to repair the elevator. The transceiver took a beating on the ride in.
Let's just catch a plane home.
Can't. Hasn't been invented yet. And you'd only be going to 1817 Glendale, which, if history is at all accurate, is desert not much better than this. Or is Glendale a green valley?
Oh, she's gonna kill me. We planned this date a month ago.
Oh, don't worry. As soon as the time machine is back up and running...
You're right, it
we'll
will
just
be a brand new
return
story
back
for
to the
people
exact
that are not
moment
my
of
age,
departure.
for sure.
It'll be like you never left. It's a foolproof plan.
Yeah, and I'm the fool.
All right. Now let's find a way out of here and get a better look at this place.
All right, let's go.
You know, there was a time when all of this was under the Red Sea.
I guess it's good we didn't travel back too far.
Don't worry, I'm a cautious time traveler.
I thought this was your first time.
Well, yes, and so far I feel like I'm being reasonably cautious, but it's still early. Hey, see what that thing is that's floating in midair?
I thought we were just looking for the tiara.
Hey, you go first. We'll be right behind you.
I'm dreaming. That's all it is. What, did you teleport?
Oh, hey, Ari, what took you so long?
You serious?
Forget it. Listen, you see that tower up there? Yeah, that would be a great place to get our bearings on our current location.
How the heck are we gonna get up there?
Easy. We're gonna have to scale this wall.
No problem.
Oh, yeah, that's it's a piece of cake.
All right, my boy. You first. Just hop on over there.
This is what I get for wanting extra credit. You coming or what?
I'll be right behind you.
All right, easy peasy. I should not have skipped leg day.
Keep climbing.
I gotta get new friends. Oh, there's gotta be some sort of child labor law that covers this or something. Whoa! One slip and I'm toast. No big deal. Just climbing rocks in old-timey Egypt.
Hell, nice shortcut. Good thinking, Julius.
How'd you even get over there? Okay, seriously, where are you finding these shortcuts?
Completely. I skipped leg and arm day, apparently.
This way.
Forever.
You sure you can keep up, Professor?
And this old scientist has got some moves, Ari. Rope swinging, however, is not one of my moves. But you go ahead.
Whoa!
Oh, don't worry. These platforms were built by Egyptians to last for centuries. Oh, except for that one. But I'm sure the rest are good. Maybe I'm thinking of the Romans.
Ha! Made it! You know, I'm not gonna lie. That was kind of awesome. Oh, boy, this is a lot of climbing. Whew. All right.
I missed a Rosetta Stone.
Incoming!
Oh, there, right there. I see it now.
Calm landing. Nice and smooth.
Wait a second. If you had that thing the whole time, why'd you make me climb?
Well, as you can see, this thing is clearly a death trap. What kind of responsible adult would I be if I let you use it? Sorry, this next part is easy.
Yeah, for who?
You just have to use my newest invention. I call it a grappling hook.
You didn't invent that.
Yes, I did.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, that's why Batman has one of those.
Who's Batman? Is he the Frank Batman, the new English teacher? Never heard of him.
Never mind. How do I use it?
Just aim and throw. Give it a try.
Whoops. Okay. So I have to jump. If I want to make it, I have to jump down onto the rope. Oh, there we go. Oh, fuck. Okay, good. Actually. Oh, piece of a clock. No, that wasn't the Rosetta Stone that I saw. Was it? Because that one looked like it was in a, like a little cove surrounded by wood. Is it further up from here? Further up, okay. Up there, right? Oh, so it's back that way and I can't. There's no way I can
Well,
get
so what
up
I
there.
do? Just aim and throw?
Just aim and throw.
Here we go. Now I'm getting into the swing of things. You get it?
Yes, that's a very, very good pun, Ari.
We do nip them this weekend. Next give subs or extra discount this weekend, but not next. They are.
Okay, so these things.
Ow! No, we'll do it on the regular day. Oh shit! Oh shit!
Okay, so these things collapse. Good to know.
There it is.
I don't know. Is there a top to this thing?
You're almost at the top, Ari. Either that or the concussion is kicking in.
Yeah, remind me to never go rock climbing again.
What the fuck? It just unattached. It just detached. What the fuck?
I should be wearing gloves.
No. No, no. Jesus. Oh my god, don't climb over, climb on top of it, you fucking idiot.
next time I bring
Oh,
sunscreen.
what the fucking hell? There we go. Okay. Oh, that's too big. Oh.
Nimble is a ballerina.
That's right, goddammit, Paler. Thank you very much.
How's it going, Ari?
Almost there. Just a little cardio. Oh, I wish I had, one of those flying thingies. Oh, man. It's nothing but desert.
Ari, not that way.
Yeah, Rayman McFly.
We did it,
Whoa,
Julius.
Doc.
The Valley of the Kings. Oh, you're right. We're close. We should start looking.
Start looking? For what?
Hello up there? Hello? Oh, it's a local. Our first contact with humans from another century.
Wait a second. Weren't you born in the 1900s?
How's it going up there? American? Ah, Salam. You are American, yes?
Very astute. And you are?
Egyptian.
I was asking for his name.
Magdi, at your service.
Lionel.
Do not redeem!
This is Julius. And that there's Ari Bucktu.
I help Americans cross the desert.
Well, that is exactly what we need.
Oh, I know. I help.
Oh, thank you, Magdi. You're just delightful.
Oh, anything for Americans.
Whoa. What do we need to cross the desert for?
Oh, to get to the Valley of the Queens, of course.
Oh, yeah, Ari, to get to the Valley of the Queens.
Is there something you're not telling me?
Suyo and Khalifa. Fastest camels in all the land. Get us there before sunset.
So, what do we
I wish he would have named them Mia and Khalifa.
What are you waiting for, Ari?
Professor.
Ari, don't you want to go on an adventure?
But home.
Home will still be there when we get
And the elevator.
It'll be there too, and I'll fix it. I promise. We're off to find the treasure!
Wait, treasure?
Okay, this where I leave you.
Wait. You're not gonna bring us in?
Bad luck for me to enter tomb. But I hope I have done my duty well.
It's
and
bigger
you
on the
will,
inside.
Pay me kindly?
A slight hiccup on that, Magdi. We're not going to be able to pay you now.
What?
But we promise, whatever we find inside that tomb that isn't the tiara is yours.
What?
You don't pay me now, but you give me tomb treasures.
Yes.
Promise?
Well, you have the word of Lionel Raventhorpe.
Oh, who is that?
That's me.
Oh. Deal.
Wow, he's a trusting sort.
Mia Khalifa.
Mia Khalifa, do you hear that? We'll be rich. You'll get that hump job that you've been waiting for.
Okay, now let's find that tiara. You know, this tomb hasn't technically been discovered yet. Not by anybody but looters, anyways.
Hey, is this gonna be on the test when we get back to school?
I'm your science teacher, not your history teacher, Ari. Ah, a big door. Oh, we gotta find a way through.
Ha, grapple and smash. Ha, no problem.
Yeah, that's how you smash a door.
Now where do we go?
Oh, the path is blocked. Well, we need to figure out how to get through it. What do you think, Ari?
I thought you were the idea guy. Maybe we can jump really hard on it. I wonder what Gabby's up to back home.
Grappling hook. It really is a genius invention.
Just a couple of giant
No! Oh, is that what I'm supposed to do?
Hey, I'm getting pretty good at this.
Okay, no. All right.
Oh, no,
I'm not adding any
Ari.
more to the
Fine.
list.
Risk certain death for extra credit. I'm gonna talk to the principal when I get back.
I added all of the ones I'm going to add, and we still have 100 or a little less than 100 now to get through. So, and today is not the last day. Tomorrow is the last day for demos, but I stopped adding them because we have more than enough. Yeah, if you want to see the demo list, just there it is right there. Drop me stuff, put in there the link, the Google Doc. You can see the ones I've played in. If the ones I've played are on the right-hand orange column, and the ones A side are the ones suggested by audience devs, blah blah blah, and B sides are the ones I've already wish listed. So those are the ones we got left. Well, that wasn't the right choice. Oh fuck! I gotta fucking jump up there again. Oh, there's a bell down there. Yeah. Oh, okay. Stay. Don't overcorrect. You got. Oh, you fucking. Come on. You had that shit. A gold. Oh, it's an Ankh. It's not a bell. It's an Ankh. Oh, I jumped through the. There we go.
I was not prepared for that.
Whoa, this room is massive.
It's everything and more. We need to get across this chasm to that chamber. Just need to activate that bridge somehow. Look, up there. That's where you'll activate it.
I have a question, Professor. Why does everyone call you, Professor?
'Cause I'm a professor?
Yeah, but you teach high school science. No offense.
Well, that's true. Okay, I was a professor.
How come I'm doing all the work, Professor?
You hear that?
Is it me, or does that look like it's pointing up?
Nah, that's just some fallen rubble.
Is that an arrow? Just like in gym class.
Oh. Oh, you fucking no. No, come on. Really? I had one chance at that? You fucking prick. Did you make it to the top of the rope in gym class? Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh, okay, good. Yeah, no, I've always had decent upper body strength, and I wasn't, you know, I wasn't always overweight.
Okay, I can do this.
Man, fuck
Just
you.
smash through it, Ari.
Yeah, I know. Oh, this is fucking hilarious. This is.
That's how we do! Professor, I've reached the top.
Now I'm gonna wonder what was the other way. Oh. That was what the other way. I got it. Okay. Oh. Ah, I didn't see the prompt. It is nice you don't have to worry about like 3D because they kind of keep you on like a set path. It looks like you can jump off the sides of stuff, but you can't. I cannot like physically, like on this little platform, I can't jump towards the camera or away from the camera. So I like that.
It's official. I'm a genius. What happened?
Well, just a little lab-related incident. Not a big deal.
What, did they fire you or something?
I like to think of it as kindly asked to take an extended leave of absence.
All for a little stupid incident? That sounds like an overreaction.
Yeah, that's what I said. Although little is a relative term. Some might say it was a little more than little.
What do you mean?
How do I put this? I, blew up the lab.
You what?
It was an accident. Early on in my attempts to build the elevator, a stick of dynamite got away from me and boom.
And so now you...
Now I teach high school.
Oh, fuck me.
Let me work on my inventions.
Minus the dynamite, I hope.
Sure.
He blew an entire lab of students?
How do I get this to stay open? I should have paid better attention in puzzles class.
Oh. Wait, what? Yeah, that goes down. All right.
How are you going to keep that gate open so you can jump up there?
Oh, I can jump over. Okay. I wasn't sure if I could jump over once the second block was through.
Boom shakalaka!
Oh, God. The only game that's allowed to say that is NBA Jams. Or Jam. NBA Jam, not Jams. Jam. Singular Jam. There's a new game coming out with the same vibe, really?
Darn! Someone already took all of Nefertari's treasures.
So, what does that mean? It's gone?
Classics, BG with the 75 months. Thank you,
So
Classics.
history- Oh, if it's in anyone's possession, it's never been recorded. Oh, why?
What up, man, son of man?
Oh, Julius. Oh, what's this?
Looks like a compass. Didn't know Egyptians had these back then.
They didn't.
They didn't?
Not like this. This compass didn't belong to an Egyptian.
So whose is it?
Captain Edward Teach.
Who?
You know him by another name.
Blackbeard?
Blackbeard.
Yeah, see, I know shit.
My boy, we're going pirate hunting. Uh-oh.
Fucking, it's the same dude from fucking Indiana Jones.
The tiara.
Well, I have no idea what you're talking about, big guy. Whoa!
No one takes a clue from Giovanni Battista Belzoni.
Or Sarah Belzoni.
Oh, yes, or Sarah. Sorry.
It's the guy who got like ate up by the fucking rock smasher.
Come on, Jim Curtin, Big Jim, you know, assistant adventure to the Great Boat.
Curtis, nobody knows who you are.
Oh, well, you, on the other hand, are the Great Belzoni. Wow.
Thank you, Vince, for getting a sub to Kitsuvania. Kitsunavania, excuse me.
But, as you can see, someone already ransacked the tomb. You're too late. The tiara's gone.
Oh, it is never too late for
But the great Belzoni.
For you, however, this is the end.
Guys, we gotta get out of here.
No, this game stole a bunch of shit from a bunch of different mediums. Rayman, Back to the Future, Indiana Jones. But it's good. This is literally Indiana Jones.
Oh, it's caving in.
Oh, oops.
Almost lost my head on that one. Watch out!
I thought I jumped. Oh, you can't jump while you're ducking. Okay. That's how they did that. Okay.
This is a game.
This guy's really...
Fucking hell. All right, here we go.
This is a game.
Let's watch. Let's pay attention.
Time traveling and...
God damn you! I haven't played Donkey Kong Country in so long.
Time traveling and a roller coaster. What a day!
Professor!
Professor!
How'd I get here?
On the night I go back!
You just keep going, Ari. I'll catch up.
Watch it!
Sorry.
Oh man, almost Indiana Jones. Brr, 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 brr. End of demo. Yeah, there you go. Nice ending. It's a good game, man. It's really good, really good. And it's lifted. I love that the name of the game is Lifted because they lifted so much shit. They just outright lifted shit. All right. Perfect. Good game. I'm going to wishlist that. Really fun. Okay. We only have 5 left on my side. So let's get through them, huh? All right. 1d5. What do we got? A 4. Quantum Quartz. Let's see. Quantum Quartz. There we go. What dis? Oh, puzzle platformer. Right. Okay. Copy. Delete cell. Shift up. Let's download it.
Thank you for your money.
I said download it.
I do appreciate your money.
Funny thing. Try to sing the Indiana Jones theme, then part of the Superman theme, and then last Star Wars
I hate it.
theme.
I hate you for saying that. Because I would always get those fucking mixed up, man. And I can only sing one at a time. Because if I have one in my head, I cannot physically come up with the other. I had that problem, like, as you know, after watching both of those movies, I'm like, wait, I got the Indiana Jones theme. What's the Superman theme? They're super similar, and I can't, like, I have Indiana Jones in my head now, so I cannot think of Superman. Steampunk pixel art. Oh, by the way, thank you for the bits. Steampunk pixel art precision platformer where you toggle platforms on and off using colored crystals. With only one active at a time, each grants a different movement ability, changing how you move and how the level works, blending high-skill platforming with spatial puzzles. This one's due to come out next year, developed and published by Tasty Studios. Let's go. And then the Superman theme is no. Whoa, Professor! Hey, Doc! Got your cryptic letter, so you need my help? Molly! Yes, I do! The quantum quartz are destabilizing and built replicas of artificial crystals just as powerful as the real ones. But less stable. And now they're gone. Scattered across the world after one run move ago, blah, blah, blah. Yep. They want me to retrieve them? Yep, precisely. Yep. Okay, cool. I'll do that. No double jump. Ah, so I'm in the blue. Yeah. Okay. Okay, what was that? That was a talent. Each quartz has its own unique talent. The blue one allows you to perform a mini jump in midair. Oh, cool. What about the red and blue ones? Firefly patches. Mimic energy, quantum crystal, touch them. The effect is temporary. Find the source to unlock towns permanently. Okay. Also, let me introduce you to Toast. He'll be my eyes and ears while you're adventuring. Toast, short for tactical observation and surveillance tool. I'll be keeping an eye on you. Okay. Sure, old friend, what now? There's a blue node to the right. Go resonate with it and see if you're compatible. Great, it looks like it worked. You can use Blue Crystal's talent now. Press X while in the air to impulse yourself further. Oh, why would they put the fucking double jump on not the jump button? Oh, they did. Never mind. It's just X does the same thing. So this is A, press twice. This is A, then X. It does the same thing? Weird, dude. Oh, okay. No, what are you doing? Oh, you fucking asshole. Remember, you can press X after jumping to use a mini jump and gain more height. Or just double jump, I guess. Oh, fucking right. Oh. There you go. Okay, so it's like the strawberries. You have to be like in a safe spot. The strawberries have to feel safe. The keys have to feel safe before they allow you to take them. Press B to dash while the red crystal is selected. Oh, okay. Oh, you fucking prick. In controller, you can use the shoulder buttons to switch between red and blue without unintentionally dashing. Oh. But I want to intentionally dash there. Ah, you fucking, okay. That one first. That one second. Ah, you fucker. God damn it. There, Jesus. Yeah, I don't need to use that platform. You motherfucker, you! Okay. So green gives you wall climb? Fuck you. Press and hold right trigger to grab from my wall while inside green fireflies. Ah. Yay, green ability. I've got the green. Hey, Zeke, actually, thank you for what you're doing for indies by playing all the demos. You bet, Guns. My pleasure. I love it, man. I love indies. Oh, okay. God damn it. No. Jump, jump. Okay. Jump, jump. There you go. Nope. Okay. So jump, grab, jump, jump. fuck did I do that last time? Oh, I don't get a double jump. Once I double jump onto the wall, I don't get another one. I can jump on, I can fucking attach on any surface. I thought it was just the green surfaces. God damn it. That would have been a lot easier if I would have known that, or if I would have twigged on that idea. No, what the fuck, dude? Yes, I can still dash. Yeah, who says I can't? So I jump. Wait, dashing removed? I thought only the blue would erase the blue, but apparently, Hey, oh, Prince Ali giving a sub to Not Enough Gun, baby. So dash erases, but it doesn't put him back. Okay, I think I got it now. No. Now hold on a second. the side. Nope. All right, that's fun. That's a fun little puzzle game. But I think we've seen what it has to offer, and it's probably going to get nice and complex later on. You can try it yourself, obviously. It's all these demos are available to you. There we go. Quantum Quartz, next one, 86, huh? Okay. 1D86, go. 85. Xenophiles. Okay, Xeno. What the fuck is this? Single player aliens comedy first person. Interesting.
This is an urgent broadcast from the Dearth Border Protection
Okay,
Force.
sure.
Our homeworld is under an extraterrestrial threat. Vile Xenos are pouring in from the darkest corners of the cosmos, disguised as harmless tourists or business partners. But make no mistake, they are here to terrorize and kill our people. Do not let innocent Dearthlings fall into slimy areas.
Not Dearthlings! Not my Dearthlings!
Glorious ranks of the Dearth Border Inspectors today.
Okay. Wait, did I already download it? Yeah, I did. Okay. A space customs simulator. Everyday spaceships from different galaxies fly past your tiny asteroid. Tourists, truckers, travelers. Bad news, there are terrorists among them. If you miss even one, your home planet will explode. Good news, you carry a shotgun. This is due to come out later this year, developed and published by Kotamota Games. Let's check it out. What do we call these, like, Papers, Please likes seems cumbersome. Are these like checkpoint games? I think maybe be a better way to put it. Deduction's too wide of a net, I think, Spencer. Please slop.
Sequel.
2 lost nuts with 82 months. Thank you very much. No, not 7 years yet. 2 more months, you got 7 years. Checkpoint and click. Fascism sim. Fascism. Simsum. No, that's too cumbersome as well.
Time is short, Private, so listen carefully. I won't repeat this twice. You are the last bastion that protects us from space trash, illegal migrants, and terrorists. The job is hard, but at least it pays. Poorly. That's all. The inspector will tell you the rest. CO out.
Okay. Oh, I have a shotgun there. A shotgun.
So, you're the new inspector, huh? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Let me give you the gist. Look at the screen. Make sure the database photo matches the arrival's appearance.
Okay.
Take your time. Better to double check everything.
Okay.
Any mistake could lead to our homeworld's destruction.
Glory to Dearth.
If you see anything suspicious, you're fully authorized to use lethal force. Get your service weapon. The shotgun's on the wall.
What'd you get for lunch today? You know what? I think you're feeling something a little light, like maybe a BLT and a soup. Something of that nature. Maybe a turkey bacon. Something with bacon, though. What do I? Did I miss something where she said, like, press a button and let me through or something? Oh, there we go.
Everything
Okay.
checks out, open the barrier. If not, idiots! Are you even listening?
Siebelflor Briebkank. Ubadi Yibel Snort Wombo Ubatuba. Siebelflor Snake Crab.
This job's easy.
Those losers didn't let me in Space Vegas. Yeah, well, I'm gonna go build my own casino, you bag of bones, with whist and harlots. With my gleaming metal ass.
And I'm out of here.
Join the ranks of the DBPF.
All right, hold on. Let me do it again. Let's play the game this time. Good first day, man. Vincent giving a sub to bacon with the side of bacon. Hell yeah.
I won't repeat this twice. You are the last bastion that protects us from space trash, illegal migrants, and terrorists. The job is hard, but at least it pays. Poorly.
Yeah, you get a copyright infringement, and you get a copyright infringement, and you get a copyright infringement.
So, you're the new inspector, huh? Okay, let me give you the gist. Look at the screen, make sure the database photo matches the arrival's appearance.
Right.
Take your time.
Okay.
Better to double check everything.
Okay.
Any mistake could lead to our homeworld's destruction. If you see anything suspicious, you're fully authorized to use lethal force.
Okay.
Get your service weapon, the shotguns on the wall. Everything checks out, open the barrier. If not, well, use the shotgun. That's it. Everything else is verified by computers.
Yeah.
And now, open up. I want to go home.
Wait, do I need your papers? Do I not need your papers?
Good luck, rookie. See ya.
Well, I just gotta wait till see if Dearth blows up.
Those losers didn't let me in Space Vegas. Yeah, well, I'm gonna go build my own casino, you bag of bones, with whist and harlots.
And I guess looks good to me. I guess you just check. That's the first thing they'd give you is just check that they look like that.
Loser.
Siebelflor Briebkank. Ubadi Yibel Snort Wombo Ubatuba. Greek Snap.
What is that green cat from anyways? That glorp. What is that from? I know it's a meme, but is it from just Twitch or something? Or from where is that emote from? 7TV?
Blap.
I've never played Whist.
Wow.
No, I've heard of
A
it.
real customs office? I didn't expect to stumble upon one. And you're going to check my papers by yourself? That's so Stone Age, isn't it?
So she has that little top thing and her eyes are swirly. These ones are not. Those are just concentric circles, so she's gone. Right? Okay.
Join the ranks of the DBPF. You'll be semi-regularly paid. Respected by society.
I see you've got the hang of the job. Sure, you could have done better, but the share of unnecessary victims is within permissible limits. Tomorrow you'll have to do your best, so make sure to get some rest. CO out.
Does it tell me how I did, though?
Join the ranks of the DBPF. You'll be semi-regularly paid. Respected by society. Cremated for free. Provided your body is found. And most importantly...
Oh, you shower on the toilet. That's fun.
No one to share dinner with. Spending all your time working
No!
with nobody to come home to.
Hang in there.
Well, no more. Families for Hire will help you. Call now and get yourself a little daughter absolutely for free. 0.7 beer. Classic taste that will remind you of your childhood. Fairly priced, practically non-toxic and addictive.
Your liver will love this.
Have been proven.
Mama's nutritious snacks. 0 cholesterol, palm oil, color, smell, or taste. Join the ranks of the DBPF.
Day 2. Okay. Stop staring, you puny human. My eyes are up here. If you don't let me onto your stinking planet this instant, I'll bite off your thinking organ. Well, this one doesn't have eyelashes and no bows in their head thing. So you gotta go, I guess. Xenophobic trash.
No, I don't want to go to your stupid planet at all. I just have business there, okay? It's nothing illegal or lewd.
God, I hate you. Yeah, go to the planet. Fuck off. Ugh. I should have shot you out of principle.
Oh no.
Oh my God, it's
Another
Marvin.
pungent being crosses my path of pain and despair. Can't say I'm not surprised. Just use that gun on me and get it over with, okay?
Brain the size of a planet.
I knew it would end like this.
Oh, no, sorry. I got so used to doing something else. Thanks, Pete. Greetings, human being. I seek passage to your world. My aims do not violate the laws of your society or physics. Okay. Come on in.
A prudent choice for such.
Lay down your weapon. It is not too late for my mercy. Oh, oh, come and look upon the heart. Look upon the heart. Oh, 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 I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Marathon.
But would you let Cicada go in?
And most
I would.
importantly, you'll be given a gun.
Feeling alone.
You did better than I thought. You might even turn out to have the right stuff. At least you've managed to last longer than...
At least they give you cake.
And remember, Xenos are sly and treacherous. CO out!
Clean my gun. Clean my
Join the
gun.
ranks of the DBPF. You'll be semi-regularly paid.
Day 3. Excuse me.
Still here, huh? Trainees usually last 1 day at most. Well, anyway.
Oh, they're different posters every day? Shit. I didn't even look.
I've got bad news for you. Those eggheads back at the HQ have updated the algorithms. Well, visas aren't automatically verified anymore. Now you have to compare the ID data with the details. The rest stays the same. In case of any discrepancies, don't think twice. Shoot.
Okay. Xena Durlov, Inspector Female 26NA. A bust NA? What?
You've got the hang of it. Stay vigilant.
Valerian with 6 months. Thank you, Valerian. She is not flat. You can clearly see the curvature. Good lord. I will strip flesh off your bones, devour your soft, juicy eyes, suck out your soul, eternal suffering, eternal dread. All right. Creeplow, Abomination, question mark, 0 nightmares. Creeplow, Abomination, question marks. Oh, doesn't match. Age 0. Oh, I'm so sorry. It doesn't match, bro. You're out. You have merely delayed the inevitable.
My protocols and ports are in complete order, Inspector. Sure,
Wait.
you can do a physical check if the procedure says so.
Wait, how did Valerian subscribe? How do I also subscribe that way? What do you mean? Oh, was there a special thing that happened? Oh, Prime Gaming. Oh, I get it. Prime sub. Ah, yeah, I get it. All right. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? They sub with Amazon Prime. They have a Prime account. And if you have an Amazon Prime account here on Twitch, you get a bonus. You can sub to any streamer you want by using your Prime subs. Your Amazon Prime Gaming bonus sub. Just like Das Kraken did. Das Kraken! All right, let's see. How does it look? She looks good. Looks accurate. All right. N40ML Droid Gynoid 4 128 TB. N48.
Switching to standby mode.
N40M1. Okay. Droid Gynoid 4 128. Okay. Looks good. You're definitely coming in. Go on.
Gratitude expressed. Your performance has been adequate.
Thank you.
Just
Enough
because
of your
you showed
teasing.
for it, hear it as you sell out.
Thank you, Juggernaut, with 2 months. The Prime
I
resub.
don't have time for formalities. I've been informed that the Order has a kindergarten on this planet.
I love the crude drawings of popular figures. It's great. Not the younglings! God damn you, Vader. All right, let's see. Nope, you look different. Look at that picture. What's his name? Dark Wander. Deep Fried Human, Lost 45. Sith. Oh, Stih. It's a Stih. He's a Stih Lord. But yeah, Harmonica? No good. Sorry. No, not Stiff. Stih.
I'm just a little defenseless girl flying home on this autopilot-controlled interplanetary ship to see my dear sweet mommy.
Wow, that's I mean, I don't know if it's a deep cut, but it's a Men in Black cut. Where he was doing the firing or the gun exercise and he shoots that little girl with a quantum physics fucking book in her hand. I'd say it's a medium cut. It was a good shot though, right? Tiffany Human, female, 10, IQ 30. Tiffany Human, female, 10, IQ 30. Can you explain to me why you thought little Tiffany had to die? Yeah, IQ 30 though. I mean, it's sus, but it matches. In the quantum physics book, I mean, everything looks right. Do you see any discrepancies? I don't. Vincent giving a sub to Shooting Blanks.
I want to go home.
What? You gonna blow up the planet? I didn't miss it. I don't think I missed anything.
Join the ranks
of
Oh,
the
we can do it. Okay.
You'll be
Big sister is
semi-regularly
watching
paid,
you.
respected by
No.
society, cremated for free,
Hang in
provided your
there.
body is found. And most importantly, you'll be given a gun.
Feeling lonely. No one to share
I personally perused your latest report, Private. And I'm impressed! It's rare to meet a person who can appreciate discipline and follow regulations to the letter. You know, I expect...
What? I'm just cleaning my gun.
Don't you disappoint me, rookie. CO out!
Join the ranks of the DBPF. You'll be semi-regularly paid, respected by society, cremated for free, provided your body is found. And you'll be given a gun.
Feeling lonely. No one to share dinner with. Spending all your time working with nobody to come home to.
Day 4. Thank you for your money, though. I do appreciate it. Thank you, Kiskaloo.
Let me tell you
I mean,
right
this
away.
is
I
not
know
a
my
game
rights.
with a
I
lot
don't
of
have to take a
beside
breathalyzer.
Big Sister's boobs,
Oh,
but I
please,
could
it's not
watch
my
a full
ID.
stream
Here,
of it.
take it.
Hell yeah, Kiskaloo. Thank you very much. And Vincent giving a sub to This Is My Rifle. This is my gun. This is for... I don't remember what. This is for something. This is for fun. This is for killing? Is it killing? Fighting. Okay. This is my rifle. This is my gun. This is for fighting. This is for fun. All right. No cat ears. Already out. Kota, cat girl, female, 24. Diagnosis, alcoholism. Yeah, but you're not a cat girl anymore. What happened? Can I blast you this way? I certainly can.
Why? Why am I always sent to Earth? Why not a planet of cute cat girls? Or tuna fish at least.
Chronicle giving a sub to Jorkin It Daily. All right, does that look right? Yep, looks good to me. Okay, the picture looks right. Gringo Pseudocat. Gringo Pseudocat. Female 34, middle manager. Female 34, middle manager. All right. Looks good to me. Let's go.
Another boring mission.
I'm bringing benightedness to those blinded by the light. Let me pass through to your planet to save all the lost souls. Okay. Let's see. How does the picture look? Picture looks good. Yep, looks good. Zoth the Damned, hollow. Yep, male 1047. Male 1047. Cult leader. Cult leader. Looks good. Looks like you're going through. Yep. Have fun. I'll make my cult great again.
I sincerely hope that I'll find shelter from persistent suitors on this planet.
Okay. All right. That all looks copacetic. Yep. Hair good. Eyes are good. Okay. Lola D. Stalin, hybrid female. Lola D. Stalin, hybrid female. 18 and princess. 18 and princess. Looks good to me. Head on through.
No one will be looking for me on this backwater world.
Welcome, princess. Well, excuse me, princess.
I want to visit a friend. Will you let me through, please?
Okay. He doesn't have his finger raised in the car. Is that gonna be a problem? I think, can I see your finger, please? Can I see your finger, please? Cosmo alien male. Cosmo alien male. 168 telekinesis. 160, yeah, everything is everything is good except for that finger. And he's not smiling right either. I think he's reaching for a gun.
So sorry.
Vincent with a gifted sub to smell my finger.
Join the ranks
We
of
can't
the
do it.
DBPF. You'll be semi-regularly paid.
Sister's watching you.
Respected by society. Cremated for free.
Maybe.
Provided your body is found. And most importantly,
And
you'll
there,
be
the
given
cat
a
keeps
gun.
going down.
Feeling lonely.
Damn it, rookie, you're really good. You have huge potential. You're not some greenhorn quick shot. You know how to use your rod properly. You seem a natural soldier, a ruthless Xeno exterminator. So, tell me how many criminals you put down today.
Join the ranks of the DBPF. You'll be
Day 5.
You seem to have settled here just fine. I'll have to remember your name after all. Just kidding, you're not my type. The news is bleak again. Vehicle thefts are on the rise, and the HQ demands that we check license plates as well. So now you'll have to haul your ass out of your booth to see whether the car's plates match those in the database. Before you ask, no, they didn't fix visa verification. More work for the same wages. Just the way we like it.
Okay. Okay. See you later.
I believe you will do very well.
Well, see you later.
Hola, amigo! I heard your funny planet will hold a festival for hamburger lovers!
I don't know this reference. Oh, Chibi Doki? I don't know what that is, but okay. Hey Zeke, do you remember that in Rush Hour there's a full scene where Jackie Chan says the N-word, hard fucking R? My kids will now remember that forever. No! I did not remember that. I don't know if I've ever watched Rush Hour, to be honest. He did, and it's crazy. Did he say it like on accident, or did he, like, how did he say it? You know what? Never mind. Never mind. I don't want to start that conversation in the channel. It's fine. He was told to say it. Okay. All right. Your picture looks wrong. There's a tuft of hair
Hamburger, I swear!
that's not sticking up right. Oh, Chibi Tuber Okie Dokie. That's, yeah, it is Chibi. Whatever you guys said.
That guy in a little coat.
There you go, Garrett. Yeah, her hair is wrong, but let's check everything else. B3R8X1. Yeah. But unfortunately, there's a little tuft of hair right there that you don't have, so I'm sorry. Goodbye.
I respect your species' tradition of security screening for guests, and I shall cooperate.
Spork? Spook! His name is Spook. Spook Vulcanoid Nemoil. Sex is Nemoil. 150 logic. Spook Vulcanoid Nemoil 150 logic. Okay. A7M208. 07M309. Nope. Sorry, buddy.
We'll file a complaint.
Don't hurry. Skull to my collection, you pathetic worm.
Zeke, when we going to go for Gabby, my dude, love you, my guy, pee pee poo poo.
We're Where do we go to Goo for Gabby? Goddamn, he's Vi. Thank you for the tier 2, 35 months. All right, Huntress, Carnivore, Female Warrior, 435, 1987. Huntress, Carnivore, Female Warrior, 435, 1987. That looks right. Do I? Hold on. No, I don't have to check the arms. Here you go, Zeke. A short of Jackie Chan doing the thing. Pete, you know better. Come on now. I was really tempted to look at that, but nah, I don't need to. I can imagine it in my head. It's probably terrible.
This slow.
O2W89, 8E9. O2W, no, sorry. Hold on, let me see if I can blast you this way.
No size jokes, please. I know I've been blessed, but try not to look me directly in the eye. It's rude, you know.
Well, you're no Leela, but I guess you'll do. Come on now. Come on now. That's why I didn't want to start this shit. Just stop it. All of you, stop it. You're only timed out for 2 minutes, so don't be offended. It's just I'd rather not have that discussion in my channel. All right. She looks good. Polyphamous Cyclops female, 22 myopia. Polyphamous Cyclops female, 22 myopia. R8K3Z. R8K3Z. All right, you can go.
I'm so glad we can see eye to eye.
Haha, because she's a Cyclops. That's a paddling. Oh, he's got head crab. Hedy Lamarr, I love it. I'm dying to attend the most popular social gatherings on your planet. So many new bodies, acquaintances. I just have a real craving for for flesh brains. If you catch my drift, hee hee. All right, Hedy Lamarr, parasite type A, male plus females, 27 and 2, Gordon F. Corpse name, Gordon F. Yep, Hedy Lamarr type A, male and female, 27 and 2, Gordon F, okay. M9X2T6. M9X2T6. All right, go get him. Have fun.
Join the ranks of the DBPF.
We can't do it.
You'll be semi-regularly paid, respected by society.
Yes.
Cremated for free, provided your body is found.
Hang in there. Still getting lower. That cat.
You'll be given a gun.
Yeah.
Feeling.
What are you looking at, soldier? Our HQAC is busted and the heat is overwhelming. I even ordered everyone else to leave early so we could discuss all the Xenos you've dispatched face to face. I want to hear all the details. We've got all night.
Join the ranks of the DBPF.
I just kind of want to see where this demo ends.
Al likes to travel. One day, Al's gonna explore the whole universe and make 1 billion friends.
Okay. This is AI. Human. What? Pet Corgi 13 sex question mark? Okay. Okay. Looks good. Looks good. Looks all right. Yeah. L4V7, wait, L4V7C, yes. L4V7C looks good to me. Go ahead.
Hooray! Adventure time!
Adventure time! Oh, Radical Ed, huh? Okay, I don't know that one.
Pie, wanna have some fun?
Hey, the triple boob lady from Total Recall!
See you on TV.
Mary, mutant female, 24 Mars. Okay. Looks good, looks good. I've counted the boobs 6 times. I think we're good. One more time can't hurt. Okay. D5P7Y1. Yep, looks good.
See you on Earth, cutie pie.
Well, that's annoying. Hi, I need to get to a service center and repair a couple of transistors. Let me through, please. Nope, your antenna's not bent. Your right antenna's not bent. This is TV Cyborg 10 expired. Yeah. Yeah. M9X2T6. Yeah. Doesn't matter though. Your right antenna's not bent. You're so cruel.
Move your ass and run those checks, or I'll turn you into a cucumber. I don't have time for this BS.
Oh my god. Zeke, I dare you to stop the stream at halftime and spend the last half just watching the first half and talking over it. All right, let's see. Picture looks good. Wait. Yeah, it looks good. Yeah, picture looks fine. Rich human male 70 genius inventor. Genius inventor. All right. B3R8X1. Nope. Nope. Sorry, buddy.
What the hell, man?
Listen, I'm not happy to be sent to Earth. Here are my papers. Let's get this over with ASAP.
Toto Borg. Droid. Gynoid. 27. Anthill Gore I5. Toto Borg Droid Gynoid. 27. Anthill Gore I5. Oh, she doesn't have the thingies. She doesn't have the ear thingies. Sorry, lady. And you're missing like the patches or whatever on your thing. Sorry, lady.
Lula Denver. Multi-passport.
Oh my god. Lula Denver, clone, female, 06 component. Yep, okay. Look good, looks good, looks good, looks good, okay. A7M208. A7M208, all right. Multi-pass. Go on through.
Earth.
Back. Chicken good. There's a good boy. That keeps cracking open further and further, huh? You are mine. What? I am watching you. Kill. Give up. Oops. No. Turn it back on. Turn it back on. God damn it.
I can't wait anymore, soldier. The danger you endure day after day. The courage you display to protect me. I mean us. I mean the dark. It deserves a reward. And tomorrow after hours, I'll give it to you in person, soldier. I swear.
Okay. Sounds delicious.
Join the ranks of the DBPF. You'll be
Day 7.
Hello, old hand. I can't remember anyone lasting at this outpost that long. New orders for you. As if it wasn't enough to check the plates, now you have to see whether the vehicle matches. Check the car's shape and body type.
Oh,
attention to
fuck
all
me.
The details such as bumpers, lights, grills.
Really?
Dirt regulations outlaw any unauthorized tuning. So, if the actual vehicle differs from its data sheet in any way, feed its bastard owner some buckshot.
Yikes. All right.
Come to the bar when you have the day off.
Okay.
Drinks are on me.
I mean, I want to keep going. I want to see what the captain does after this day because she promised me a reward.
I'm on the other side. Huh. You know,
Sir
usually
Watchmaker?
I'm the one sitting in front of the screen, not behind it.
Don't know this reference. Sir Watchmaker, human male, 27 fresh tomatoes. Sir Watchmaker, human male. Oh, the age is off. Fresh tomatoes, huh?
I'll cut it from the recording.
Sorry. VTuber? Okay.
I sense a deep connection between our minds, Inspector.
Oh my God.
I feel so light around you, as if my mass has no effect.
What's her name in the Liara, that's right. Lissari Tona Tentagirl, Hermaphrodite 109 telekinesis. Hermaphrodite 109 telekinesis, okay. Does she look good? Looks. Yep, looks fine to me. All right. O2W89. O2W8E9, okay. And let's look at the car. 4 lights, a grill, and a thing. Is that right? Oh God, turn faster. Yeah, they're separate. Okay. Okay. 4 brakes, a bumper, and a thing in the middle.
I'm happy to spend more time with you, Inspector.
That looks, I mean, that looks all right, right? Yeah. All right. Well, head on through.
Hope to see you again, Inspector.
Please don't blow up my planet. Please don't blow up the planet. Okay. Is this Poppy playtime? What's up, city kiddo? Will you let good old me go angling in your pond? I promise not to cause any trouble. All right, looks all right. Holy Gully Villager Male, 13BN fishing. Oh, age is wrong. Sorry, age is incorrect. Out you go. Found a lot of games. You're welcome, Tamo.
Estimate the chances of you successfully completing your task at 0.0003%.
GLaDOS.
In fact, this probability is much higher than that of you meeting a friend. Haha. Just kidding.
All right, picture looks good. Skydos, supercomputer female, 25 potato. Skydos, supercomputer female, 25 potato. NOK, what is NOK? 79P4L. Nope, sorry. Oh, next of kin is potato.
Who am I? I am.
Oh my God, Evangelion.
Arayami May.
My God. All right, how does that look? Looks good. Yeah, looks good. Picture looks good. May Ariyami, clone dead fish, 14 mecha pilot. May Ariyami, clone dead fish. Oh, age is wrong again. You're making this too easy for me. You're so alive, moist, young, nice, you breathe, feel, let me in, let me pass, I beg, I plead. I don't know who this is. Picture looks good. Hearst mummy, female, 10,000 screaming. Hearst mummy, female, 10,000 screaming. Okay. M9X 2TX or 2T6. M9X 2T6. M9X 2T6. Okay, let's check the... You got a fin, you got a bumper, 2 lights. Yep, fin, bumper, 2 lights. Gotta wait for it to come back around. One note on this game, let me spin this myself. Let me spin the car thing myself. Just waiting for it, I don't think it's necessary. A V, 2 things, bumper, yeah. Yeah. I think that looks good. I think I'm gonna let him through. Nope. Okay. Looks good to me. You guys see anything? I didn't see anything. I fly. I come closer soon. Oh, okay. Okay. I was like, I thought that was the world exploding, but it's just the door opening.
You finally come to see me.
Oh, come on, dude. Oh, just Monica. All right. Good game. I liked it a lot. I think that one's already on my wish list. No, it's not. But now it is. Very good. All right. Are we back on my list or? We are. Look at that. We have 4 left on my list. 1D4. Roll the 4. Hey, it's finally time for Tenebrous Somnia. I've been waiting for this fucking game. All right. I just hope it's still on the fucking... I hope the... And there we go. I hope it still is a demo. It does. Good. Excellent. Perfect. All right. Yeah, this was my one of, if not my most anticipated demo or thing from SGF trailer. Tenebrous Somnia. Okay. Tenebrous Somnia is a 2D retro survival horror adventure game with live action cutscenes created by an award-winning film crew from Argentina. Unveil the depths of a disturbing story by solving puzzles and fighting horrible creatures. What if they aren't just nightmares? This game is set to come out in October of this year, October 16th, which I'm going to... I need a new calendar. I need a new wall calendar. All right, June, July, August, September, October 16th, which is my brother's birthday. Tenebrous. Oh, that is tremendous. Yeah, it's not going to know what that is. Tenebrous. Try and autocorrect it, goddammit. Okay, there we go. On my calendar, because we're Hopefully gonna play this. You need a new P.O. box so I can send you a calendar? I don't want whatever calendar you're gonna send me, dude. This game is due to come out October 16th, developed by Andres Borghi and Cybot Studios, published by New Blood Interactive. Hold on. I'll start it at the beginning here, and I gotta go pee real quick, so enjoy the... My wife is cooking something. I don't know what she's cooking, but fuck, it smells good. All right, let's do this. Just wanted to have my bladder empty for this demo. Wait a minute. Playtime 23 minutes? Did I already play? How long has this demo been available? What the fuck? Oh, it's been like 4 years? Okay, so it's probably a lot different. Okay. Fuck it, I'm playing it again. I don't give a shit. Every night I have the same nightmare. I see my ex-boyfriend, Ivan, or Ivan, being attacked and killed by horrible creatures. We weren't talking anymore after we broke up, but these dreams won't let me rest. I think I remember this. It reminded me of Friday the 13th for the NES. I tried to contact him without success. I still have the key to his apartment. His apartment is on the 3rd floor. I won't bother Mr. Stillman. I better go to the 3rd floor. Oh. I'm too tired to climb the stairs. I better use the elevator. It's not linear. We lived here together for a couple years until I left. I played it October 2023. Yeah. It was hard for me to stop calling it our apartment and think of it as his apartment. I guess it's the same with the key that weighs in my pocket. It's no longer our key, it's his key. Why did I keep it all this time then? This time I will not take it home again. I played this on an indie Saturday, if I remember correctly. I don't think so. It wasn't. I don't usually play non-fully released games. Must have been another demo day thing. Okay, directly to Department B. Oh. The decorations haven't changed since last time I was here. Yeah, next fest on Thursday. Okay. Yvonne, are you there? I knocked, but there's no answer. I can go in now. I'm sure he's okay. Positive thinking. It's still the typical apartment of 2 movie fans. Well, only one now. These are movie and film festival posters. This is the poster for Devora, the short film he made in film school. We printed it for the premiere and then brought it home. It's broken for some reason. Yeah. You played the demo of Enshrouded and Flashback 2 the same day. Wow. Someone broke the mirror on the shelf. Why? These are canisters where they kept his short film. They're empty. What happened to the study door? The study door doesn't open. It's sealed by this weird substance. At least it's not blood. It looks like some kind of very hard red wax. Are you in there, Yvonne? Someone broke the TV. I don't like this at all. Luckily, my VCR is unharmed. It's an antique that I've had since I was a child. Sometimes I get nostalgic and watch movies on VHS. DVDs and streaming don't have that magic. Why did I leave it here? It's the VHS case for the horror movie Blonde Blood. It's empty. It's about invisible monsters that kill some girls. It's total crap, and it made us laugh a lot. If Yvonne heard that I had put this movie on, he would immediately come over to watch it with me. What's this old book doing on the floor? I can only read page 9. The others are blurred. Yeah, there's a release date on it, apparently October 16th. It's pure esoteric nonsense. What did you get into, Yvonne? The Desiderium is sealed from the outside world by the sulfur symbol and a layer of lapis fictus, which is red and hard as diamond. This layer can be dissolved to enter the Desiderium with the use of Arutsatio. To obtain Arutsatio, you need the acids of the Tartarus, tamed by iron and blessed by sunlight. Why did he board up the window? I remember I always wanted to sleep with the curtains open to feel the morning light. He could not stand the sunlight on his face. That's why we slept in complete darkness like two vampires. The room could use some sunlight. Boarded up. Blinds never worked well, but this is crazy. The lower board is loose. Maybe I can remove it if I hit it with something heavy. I know this bed better than myself. I wonder if he's been with someone else since then. Not my problem, though. This frame had the photo we took at the premiere of his short film, but the photo is gone. They are pieces of an ornament I gave to Yvonne. I made it myself. He must have smashed it on the ground. Nothing important here. There's an empty glass. The trophies Yvonne won for a short film are exhibited on this table. There's only one left. Lots of books about cinema. Many of them are mine. Should I take them with me? Chemistry books. He was always interested in working with film and hated recording on digital. Thanks to these books, he was able to film and develop his own short film. It's amazing how quickly he can learn new things. Ugh, something smells really bad. Nothing important. A chemistry book with a highlighted sentence. Iron is essential for the production of red blood cells. Oh, okay. So the iron in the ingredients can be blood. The fuse box, nothing strange. It's empty. It's almost empty. There's a developing chemical that needs to be kept in cold storage. I remember it was very expensive. What? It's the short film. He burnt the film? Why? This short is what he loves most in the world. Kitchen counter is quite dirty. It's cracked and there's blood in the glass. Did he punch it and break it? He's never a violent person. I used to keep my things in this cabinet. Now it's full of random stuff. Among the shampoo and lotions, there's some developing chemicals. Ivan stored the particularly horrible smelling ones in here because he didn't want to contaminate the whole house. I won't touch them. The trophies you won for a short film are dumped in the toilet. This wrench looks heavy. Maybe I can use it for something. When I left, we were remodeling the bathroom. Looks like you didn't worry about finishing it. No, I'm not taking any more demo suggestions. I have more than enough for this next fest. I'm not adding anymore. I'm sorry. But we have, I mean, we've been through 100 and we still have 100 left. So I think we're good. Also, I hate you and I hate demos. I forgot to add that. Good job, Ngenga. Keep me on my feet. Keep me on my toes. Let's not forget how much I hate you. The lower board is loose. Maybe I can remove it if I hit it with something. Oh, right. Inventory. There we go. Oh, it's a ready and attack fucking horror game thing. Of course. There you go. There's a little sunlight creeping in. Okay. Nope. There. Whoop. All right. Iron is blood. Sunlight. Acids of the Tartarus. Sulfur? What's the best demo you played so far? I don't know, man. I played over 100. I have to go through them. There's a lot of ones that have a lot of merit for different reasons. But you can look through the ones I played. Oh, there's a film reel up there. Do I want it? Okay. Oh, tartaric acid, idiot. There you go. I got a glass with the chemical in it. And now I need blood from the... There you go. Blood from here. I can't believe I'm going to use this blood. It looks dry. It looks dry. I don't know how to add it to the glass. Ouch! So stupid, I cut myself with it. Well, I guess my own blood will do. There you go. And now we add the sunlight. The liquid in the glass turned into a strange color and gives off a lot of heat. The red stuff melted. I can enter now. But do I want to? Maybe those weren't just nightmares. The remote control for the TV, it's stuck to the table. It's got no batteries. I bought this plant in the worst moment of our relationship. I needed to see something flourishing because our relationship was dying. I see that Yvonne let it die once I left. These are costumes we use in the short film. It's all over the place and there's some things missing. Looks like Yvonne wrote it. I can't forget her no matter how hard I try. I can't forget Julia. Ever since she left, I do nothing but think about her and suffer her absence. They promised me they would help me forget her. They say the first step is to take the elevator down to the lowest floor. What? Someone is gonna help him forget me? What have you done? What kind of lunatics have you been messing with, Yvonne? There's something on the floor. A green candle. Ivan's cell phone. It's stuck to the floor by the red stuff. The screen's cracked, but the phone still might work. Shit, the battery's dead. What happened here? It's that red substance again, hard as stone. It's Yvonne's computer. The screen is shattered. An emerald-colored bowl, as if this flame were alive. Oh, hey. Perfect. Yvonne, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay, Yvonne? Yvonne, are you okay? Here there were 2 pictures that I took. Imagine he got rid of them. It's okay, I don't want them back. He kept the short film canisters in this box. It's empty. Oh. Shit's different now. Lavandolium. Who opened the door? Here we go. Yeah, let's go. Shit! What? That thing was like the creatures that tore Yvonne apart in my nightmares. It tried to kill me. Was everything I dreamed real, or am I still dreaming? There's a piece of meat where the creature was standing. It's discolored like it's rotten. I don't want to touch it. There's an engraved symbol, right? Yep, thanks. It's locked. It has an engraved symbol. What's this candle doing here? The door isn't opening. What up, Dabuchi? Can't bitch like that shit. It's abstract art. Maybe the idea is that anyone can be an artist. I like that. Just a random comment, sure. What? This apartment looks like Yvonne's. Actually, it looks like when I still lived here. Did I go back in time or what? The TV only shows static. Where's the remote? Oh, I know where the remote is. In here. Oh, wow. Yvonne's computer. The screen shows the script of a longer version of Devora, a full-length feature film. He used to say this would be his masterpiece, his magnum opus. There's one of the short film canisters. Where are the other two? There's also the revolver we use for the film. It's a prop gun and cannot fire. What's this? Bullets? Could it be? Okay, we'll save that just in case. It's a moonlit lake. I took this photo on our vacation in Mendoza. That was a very sad night. I suppose I liked the photo so much that I wanted to keep it. It's a photo of Yvonne. I took it on the film set we had at the film school. I even developed it the way he taught me. That was the day we kissed for the first time. Costumes used in the short film. Some of the clothes were lent to us by Mr. Stillman from the ground floor. This could be useful. A glove? Sure. Oh, then I can pick up the meat. It's my laptop. The screen shows the script of the short film I never finished writing. It was about a scientist who brings his wife back from the dead with the power of electricity, like in Frankenstein. It wasn't good. Yvonne was always the talented one. More lavandolium. Yvonne didn't really like yerba mate at first, but I eventually got him used to it. What is lavandolium? There we go. Oh, heal me a little. Okay. Oh, so I was almost dead. I was in red. Now I'm in caution, I guess, because it's yellow colored. Yeah, it's very much like horror game. Like, what color do you feel? Something inside, but I can't turn it off to open it. Ouch! Dangerous to touch this. Okay, so there was a demon inside the washing machine. That's fun. I look so tired, I don't know if I'm looking at myself or someone else. Just shampoos and creams. This was before Yvonne began to fill the bathroom with his chemicals. I kept my things in the shelf. I forbade him from putting chemicals in here. There's even the expensive perfume my mother gave me, the one with the bottle that looks like silver. Why is it behind a locked door? I need a key to open it. Fucking bitch. Another battery, nice. Okay. So I got batteries for the remote, I think. The fuck was that? It was just my imagination once again. It's an x-ray of my shoulder. I heard it when I went on vacation in Mendoza with Yvonne. This little mirror greeted us as we entered the apartment. I could tell just by looking at my face whether I had a good day or a bad one. But I couldn't tell any other way. These are moving film festival posters. All right. These are the awards short film. Buenos Aires Rojo Sangre, Busan International Film Festival, and Molins de Rey. Pitch black, as if nothing other than this building. It's locked. Wait, did I have a key? No. Okay. 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 So it's between floor 3 and floor 2. Shit on me. So none of these symbols on the doors are the symbols on the floor in that other room. Okay, batteries are in. That's odd. The remote only has one button. I pressed it. I hope the signal reaches the floor below. Ah, okay. Yeah, best not to bother with them. Well, God damn it. Let me write this down then. Oh, wait. One of them has a... Oh, this one has a thing. The thing on top. Right. It's this one. Okay. This. And it's this. And it's this. And it's this. Oh, no. That. Damn it! Oh, shit. The gender symbol for male is the symbol for Mars, and the gender symbol for female is the symbol for Venus. They represent gods. As well as planets, yeah, but they're named after gods, so. Comme ci, comme ça. End of demo. No, not end of demo yet. Jeez, okay. Julia, hurry up. There's still time to save Yvonne. They took him deep into the Desiderium. How do you know my name? Who are you? Someone who got tired of being stepped on. My name is Sanguis. Are you with those monsters? No, not anymore. I tried to stop them, but they are too many. Who are they? We are the Relicta. Relicta, these nuts, mon capitaine. Get closer, it hurts me to speak loudly. Who are the Relicta? We contacted Yvonne and offered to remove part of his soul. The part that is feverishly obsessed with you and does not let him move on. And we did it, but Yvonne was scammed. He did not know that the ritual gave us total control over him. It was horrible as always. I am a minor Relicta, a pawn ignored and humiliated by my own people. I was always trampled by those who have power, and I can't stand to see how they abuse others anymore. But I wasn't able to stop them. They took Yvonne to the lower depths of this place born from his memories, the Desiderium. Find him before they begin consuming his flesh. What are those things lying in the bed? They look like statues. They're called Rubrolacrus. When the Desiderium was created, the building became a chaotic blend of Ivan's memories. But it only contains places and inanimate objects, not people. Even so, sometimes the victim's mind releases that red substance, the lapis fictus. It can manifest in the form of people who took part in those memories. What is the Desiderium? It is this place, a side effect of the ritual. When a fragment is extracted from someone's soul, that person's memories are manifested in the exterior. Are we standing within Yvonne's memories? Yes, the Desiderium is a chaotic amalgam of the memories he wants to forget. Amalgam, sorry. I've always said amalgam until I heard it pronounced. My people are keeping your boyfriend prisoner from somewhere in this maze. Ex-boyfriend. What is this old book I found? It is the last remaining copy of De Relictis. I left it lying around without them noticing so you could find it and enter the Desiderium. But only one page is readable, the others are blurred. Yes, and I could barely save it from being completely destroyed. Don't let your guard down, they are very dangerous. Let me help you with this. Aquavitae, the water of life. How do I find Yvonne? You must go through this window. I'm gonna fall to my death, you want me killed. You will not fall, just be careful with the creatures that will try to stop you. He is someone who is invisible in the light, invisible in the dark. What? You will only be able to attack him if there is no light. Once on the other side, look for a way to close the blinds so the room goes dark and you can defeat him. What are these? Candles? Oh, it's a red candle, so I can go to floor 1, I bet. This was the night Yvonne finished writing the screenplay for Devora feature film. He read it to me in the light of the candles. It was a magical moment. I see that it was also a very special moment for him. There are some things next to the statues, but something stops me when I try to pick them up. End of demo? Yeah, this nightmare has just begun. Thanks for playing the demo. Don't forget to wishlist the game. That was awesome. That's gonna be a fucking awesome game. I cannot wait for that to come out. That's gonna be great. All right, that was Tenebrae Somnia. Fuck yeah. All right, looks like we got 85 left. Oh, you know what? While we're on a break here, why don't we just pop over and watch the new Last Week in Zeke? We didn't watch it yesterday, so let's watch it. Let's see. This one is
creepy, cozy.
Oh, Creature Kitchen. This was actually
befriend local
way more fun than I expected. All right, let's get this on. There we go. All right, we forgot to watch it yesterday. So let's watch it today. Here we go. Creature Kitchen. This was actually pretty fun. I played more of it after the Indie Day stream was over.
A creepy, cozy cooking simulator where you befriend local wildlife and feed them their favorite snacks. With a strange house to search and a forest to explore, the witching hour has only begun.
Read me, please. Hello, my dear. Thank you for looking after the home on such short notice. My departure must be very concerning. Keep them fed and you should have nothing to worry about. If you need some ideas for meals, keep an eye out. There should be a recipe card scattered about. Take care and remember to make good memories. XX. Our family. Take a photo of the creature to learn what meals they want. Feed each creature a handful of different meals to become friends. When you earn 3 hearts, you'll be gifted a key. Okay, so this gives you clues as to what... Okay, all the animals you can get. Holy f***. Okay. Thanks for bleeping it and trying to get me paid, Scott. I appreciate that. Holy f***. Again with the bleeping. So much bleeping. I know I say it a lot. I'm fucking sorry, you shitbag cunt. You won't use this anyway. Pantry. Check. Alrighty. I think we need a camera first, right? So where's that camera? Oh, there we go. Bingo. There, Corin wants any 2 meals. She loves the music of the winds. Okay. Any 2 meals. Damn it. All right, let's make some toast. Okay, there you go.
Thanks for listening to Radiant Eyes Ambient Mix. There are 2 other stations that get reception in our area better than commercials. Now, back to the tune.
Yep, and you put everything in the mystical oven. Did you put 2 slices of bread in there, dipshit?
Oh, just 1 bread slice. Okay, I put 2 on there.
You put 2 in there, you fucking idiot. Okay, open it up. And toast! Fuck yeah, he got the heart. Eats the bag and everything. This guy, Mr. Pants, he just sits there and waits for you. Pants! Chips. Pants! Where did Pants go? Pants! If I had a nickel for every time I said that, I'd have a fucking buttload of nickels. Where did Pants go? Sassfoot! Fucking Sassfoot! Sassfoot, there we go. Wants 4 breakfast items. So breakfast items for Sassfoot. There we go. Eggs and bacon. Fried egg, fried bacon. Okay. My training in Arctic eggs is really helping me at this point. And it clipped through the pan. So that's nice. It just does that. Eggs and bacon. Wakey, wakey. Eggs and bacon. Where'd homie go? There's homie. Yeah, you gonna get it? Yeah! Yeah! Chow that shit, you fat furry fuck! Bowls. I often wonder if developers are like, oh, someone played my game, that's great. And then they watch the clip, they're like, we can't use any of this material. We have a cozy game and this guy says fucking cunt like every other word. God damn it. Pants! Pants is back! He doesn't want chips, dude. Nope. Pants don't want chips. Mm-mm. Nope. Doesn't want crackers. Nope. Oh, a bowl of chips, maybe. Chips? You want the answer to that? I can give it. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh,
go ahead,
come
Jack.
on. Chips in a bowl. Damn it!
No, you gotta
Okay,
put the
well,
chips
let's
and
try
the bowl
blueberry pie
in the
then.
oven and make chips in a bowl. You asshole, get back here and get your meal. Okay, I think we've cleared out this place. Just throw these in the toilet there. No. Okay. Yes, puppy. A raw fish. Tree puss. Treectopus. Troctopus. Sure. Sure. A troctopus. It's a tree octopus. Wait a minute, what? I didn't even remember saying that. It's like we're the same person. Best game ever. I just threw the camera at him.
To do, but okay.
I pushed the wrong button. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, like a lot of you, I thought this game was going to have horror elements, but doesn't seem to. Or at least, not what you'd consider horror. Oh, well. All right, that is going to be it for this game. Good night. Oh, man. I still don't know what to make for pants. But I guess I'll leave that to you to figure out. That was great. Thank you, Scott, for making those. If you guys want to check those out, they are on my YouTube. Go ahead and give a subscribe to my YouTube channel. We are working our way up to 20,000, but we're not there yet. So get over to YouTube and subscribe to it. He posts those every week if you ever want to check them out. Okay, a story from Unmetal. Fran and I were like, swear words are funny. Publishers who have better knowledge of marketing are like, we need to confirm this with a sensitivity resource for all cultures. It can go both ways, but ultimately it comes down to, are there cozy people who want to hear about tree puss and fucking? And often it's surprisingly target demographic. Okay, sure. Sounds great. So don't change then. Is that what you're saying? You're telling me like, nah, don't change, man. You're good. I think that's what I heard out of that. All right, let's see what the next game is. 1D85. Let your people find you. That's a good point. Good point. All right, 58 is the answer. Scratch the ticket. Oh, you bet, baby. I think this is what I think it is. It sounds like scratch the ticket. Let's go. Okay, copy. Delete, shift up. That one. Shift V. Gamba time. Scratch a Ticket is a first-person incremental gambling sim where every ticket is a test of nerves. Print tickets, scratch cells, and decide cash out now or risk it all. The outcome depends only on your choice. This is due to come out Q3 of this year, developed by Shilanock, published by Spaghetti Cat. Let's go. Scratch the ticket. Not ticked, ticket. There you go. All right, I'll grab. Sixth Sense. Okay. Scratch cells with multiply winnings, cash anytime, but the bomb will lose it all. Oh, you got to press both? Okay. That's a little cumbersome. Unlucky, I'll print one more ticket. Thanks. Three. And three. No! I'm kind today. I'll print another one. Okay. Yep, sounds good. Yeah, we did it. Look at that. How much of it do I have to scratch off, though? Claim my winnings. Oh, feed it to the thing. Right, okay. Receive. Okay. Leaves hidden UV marks on lottery tickets. Oh, infiltrates factory marks tickets with a UV reactive ink. Okay. The probability. Wait. Oh, I get $1 per second. Oh, that's fun. Oh, UV flashlight. Okay. Oh, so there's a 1.7% chance that it will have a UV mark? Oh, I can't like just... I mean, the light should be hanging above. Yeah. Bakery. Fresh bread daily. That wonderful smell. Why the fuck would I need a bakery? Oh, shit. Okay. That shows where the bomb is. Oh, that's nice. Okay. Oh, lost all your money? Call mom. I don't like that they come out diagonal, man. Why can't they just come out straight? There's a bomb on that one. Bomb on that one. Okay. So right hand and second. Okay. Dude, get... Are you fucking kidding me? Get in there. If it's 6 cents, why is it marked with 3s? Oh, I gotta receive, right? Because 3 plus 3 equals 6. Shut up. Okay. Fresh bread daily, that wonderful smell. Okay. I guess I got bread somewhere. Fuck, I spent $1,000 on this. Chemist set. Lets you see through things rare and expensive. Okay. What a pain in the ass. Now, come on! None of them, huh? None of them? Bullshit. Bullshit. Oh, the top left one has a mark? Oh, it's up here. Oh, there's a lemon right there. Okay, so I'm looking in the wrong spot. Oh, there's another mark right there. Okay, so it's not on the things this time. It's on the outer ring. Okay. So this one has a lemon in the upper left. Do I not know how this works? I guess I don't. No, it gives you $0. That's the problem. No, it wasn't this one. Oh, okay. I was like, I fucking threw it out the table. There we go. That one says that's a banana peel. So avoid the banana peel. I think. Oh, I did have Sketch. It's Sketch the ticket. There we go. Thank you. It's not Sketch the ticket, I promise. Oh, you can only scratch one line. Okay. So any 2 lemons is a ×2. Oh, so 3 lemons, that 3 lemons in a row would have been times 24. That would have been like a jackpot then. So that is a 2 times win? Yeah, okay, okay. I got 2 cherries and a banana, huh? And it's only 16 bucks? And this is going to be $0, right? Oh. No, the banana gives me some money. Like a single banana gives me money, I guess. Oh, Minesweeper. There we go. Let's do this one. Okay. Okay. Well, fuck. I didn't see a mark on any of these. Oh. I got a diamond. It doesn't tell me anything, though. Oh, okay. Okay, that one blew up. Hmm. Two touching that guy. It's one of these, right? Probably not this one. And definitely not this one. Or this one. Yep. So this one? It has to be this one. Yeah, there we go. Okay. And it's one of these. And 2 of these, so good chances that it's, oh, not this one. It's not this one because this one would touch that one. There you go. That one's not one. Oh, so the top 2 are definitely mines. 1, 2. That's touching. So these 2 are not. Oh, is it only 2 diamonds per? Oh, wow, that is a jackpot. Woohoo! All right, what's this guy? No. Lets you see through rare and expensive. Oh, there we go. Oh, okay. So it's if you have a like one you're not sure of. Okay. Okay. Hacker. Hacks the system and prints free tickets. Okay. Well, there you go. Let me get, nope, not that. Epic graphics up, please. Thank you. It needs a little more quality of life. That's all I gotta say. I mean, everything else is fine. If you like these kind of games, you're gonna like it, but it could be a little bit more streamlined. And the tickets! Make the printed tickets come out flat and straight to the view of the fucking first person. Don't make them fucking kitty wampas like that. Make them come out flat towards you so I don't have to fucking turn them. God damn it. All right. Anyways, that was Scratch Ticket. Next up, we've got, how many? We got 3 left on my side. That's it. We're almost done. And then we're done. All right. 2. Canvas Infernum. All right, let's get that out of here. We'll be calling my mom probably after this game. We'll probably call my mom after this game. Because it is Thursday and we call my mom on Thursday, so. All right. Canvas Infernum. There we go. Oh, yeah, the Hieronymus Bosch paintings thing. Yeah, dude. That looked intriguing for sure.
Shape your own hell, tile by tile.
And oops, and
in this roguelike penance.
Infernum. And it is a roguelike though. It's a turn-based strategy puzzle deck building roguelike. Oh my god, it's another deck building roguelike. Fucking shit. So many of them.
Deepen thy bonds with demons.
Shape hell according to your morals by placing tiles with real artwork or become eternally damned. Craft a masterpiece to last forever and keep Satan from fading from human memory. Discover countless combos, forge bonds with demon lords, and unveil the mysteries of a strategy roguelike penance. Developed and published by Canvas Inc. Games. To be announced. Release date.
Your penance has.
All right, let's go. Yes, we are literally helping Satan. Indeed. Nope, let's just play. Behold, the one called Hasatan, sovereign of the realm of the damned, you have been chosen for your ominous talent. Thus I grant you ultimate commission to build hell itself as you truly envision it. These tiles shall be your brush. A chance to become the greatest artist of all eternity lies before you. Complete this canvas by achieving 200 score, and you may be granted your most precious desire. Fail to impress me by running out of tiles, and you shall be cast among the damned, enduring a terrible torment crafted just for you. Now go unleash your darkest imaginings and make me remember your name. Try forming a 2x2 square to seal your first pact. Increase your score to unlock morphing tiles. Reach 200 points to win. Tile stack. If it runs out, the game is over. Okay. Oh, okay, I see. Oh, they have to match like sides, okay. Okay. It's morphin' tiles. Get one tile. Form damned closed group with at least 2 tiles. Form new lava groups with 3 tiles. Okay. Fuck it, let's go. Fuck it, we ball. Oh, that tile counts? Oh, fuck. Did I do the pact? Oh, yeah, okay, so I got 4 more tiles. Okay, cool. It's not the heat, it's the humidity in hell that's really bad. Closing a group of sinners. I see. There we go. Close off a group of sinners there. A 3x3. Oh, 5 tiles? Jesus, that's too many. A mountain with at least 2 tiles. Yeah, that's fine. I can do that. Oh, that one's gonna be a hard one. I, Corvinus, the master of deceit, salute you. I offer you gifts as I was none, and now my corruption is to be seen. Wow, that fits right there perfectly. What an infamous visit. It's Beelzebub. Beelzebub. You are the one hungry for fresh endeavors. Let me fill your belly with a welcome gift of your choice. A morphing tile. The Duke Ashmedai, the scion of luxury, offers you humble rewards. You must enjoy it. There's nothing wrong. There never was. Astaroth, commander of the 14th Legion, my wrath is untamed and yours to direct. Some indulgence for your questions. Oh, there's more. Oh, out there. Oh, shit. Okay. There we go. Closed group. 9 by now or 4 by 4. One extra point for lava links. From any closed groups with an even number of tiles. Okay. Oh, I got it. Oh, I got 200 points. Okay, we did it. Cool. Nice. Masterpiece completed. Thank you for playing. Nice. Okay. Cool little game. Not bad. You insult me with your empty hands, mortal. Oh, I have 10 coins so I can get... Oh, okay. Get a morphing tile. Duplicate last. Okay. Cool little concept. I don't mind it at all. Let me give her a wish. Oh, she's already wish listed. Yeah, all right. Okay. Well, now's the time for the mom call. If you stuck around long enough, this is your treat. Time for me to call my mama and see what she's up to. Let's see if you guys came up with anything to ask her. I'm guessing you did, since Cosmic Blip was asking for it earlier. Okay. Let me get that here. There you are. Okay.
Hello, sweetheart.
Hi, Mama.
Hi, what's up?
Not much. What's up with you?
Nothing. Just watching Jeopardy or Mastermind.
Oh yeah, are you smarter because of watching it?
Actually, I do know some of the questions now because of watching. Yes.
Oh, because you're watching reruns?
Yeah. Oh yeah, they're all reruns on during the day.
Sure. Hit me with a fun fact then.
Yeah.
Hit me with something you know that I don't know.
I don't know right now. Off my
Come
top of my
on,
head.
Mom, dude. Let's go. Give me some factoids from your game show watching this.
I just found out that, which I already knew, Kylie Jenner is the youngest billionaire.
Oh, the youngest billionaire is Kylie Jenner, huh?
Yes. Yeah.
She deserves it, probably, right?
Oh my God. Yeah.
Totally.
Unreal.
Totally deserves it. How old is she?
18, I think. They said under 22, but I believe she's 18.
Fucking God. Oh my God. An 18-year-old billionaire, and we can't, and food prices are going up, and we have homeless, and all this. Oh my God, this is such a great country. I love this country. This country's great.
And we shouldn't have any problems because there's so many billionaires now.
Mom, we have a trillionaire now.
Oh, who is that? Elon Musk?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
The world's first trillionaire.
Oh, good Lord.
Not anymore? Oh, did he drop? Oh, the stock fell, so not anymore. But he was the world's first trillionaire, though.
Oh, wow.
He's only got 990 billion now.
Oh, is that all? Poor
That's
guy.
it. That's it. Holy fuck. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, someone said the world's youngest billionaire is Amelie Voigt Trehes, who is 20 years old and holds an estimated net worth of 1.1 billion. But she's watching reruns, so it might be old news. Don't know.
Yeah.
Don't know.
Yeah.
All right, Mom, we got some questions for you from the audience. You ready?
You bet.
Who is your favorite son and why is it me?
Because you're so entertaining.
That's right.
You're so loving. You're so loving.
That is right.
You treat all people the same. You're not prejudiced.
I mean, sure. Yeah. I mean, as a general rule, for real, yeah. There are some people I don't like that I treat accordingly.
Well, but you don't like them for other reasons. You don't dislike them because of their racial background.
That's right.
Like
there
that.
are reasons I don't like these people. That's true. That's true.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. Well, you do. You like the right things and you think the right way.
I know I think the right way. I keep telling people that. I tell Katie that all the time, and she disagrees with me. All right. Actual question from the audience. If you could be sponsored for one product, what would it be? And how would you try and sell it?
Oh my God. Probably some kind of insurance company because they make so much money and they don't pay with the shit.
No, you would be a terrible sponsor for that then.
I know it because that's how I feel about them. I pay insurance like $400 a month and they don't pay for nothing.
So you'd be sponsored by them to lose them business then. Fucking perfect answer though. So you know what? I'd get sponsored by an insurance company. I'd be like, this company is bullshit. They scam everybody. Right. Don't fucking buy their insurance.
Right, exactly.
That's great. Nice work. Okay. If you were only allowed to say one word for the rest of your life, whenever you go to say something and you only say that word, okay. You made that way too complicated. You only get to say one word for the rest of your life, Mom. What is that word?
Shit.
Shit. Hey, Mom. Do you want to go to the store?
Shit.
Oh, Mom, it's raining.
It's sweating.
It's raining.
Oh, is it?
Mom, play the game.
Shit.
There you go. Now you got it. Okay.
Okay.
We're gonna try one more. Ready? Here we go. Mom, I won the lottery.
Shit, give me some.
No, you can't say more than one word. God damn it, you're not kidding.
I'm cheating.
Shit, give me some. All right, you're trying. You know what? I give you an E for effort. You're trying. Good job.
Okay.
All right. What's something that you own that you really should throw out, but you haven't?
Oh my God, I have a closet full of clothes.
Clothes, yeah.
That I should absolutely get rid of. I mean, there's so many.
Yeah.
My closet is stuffed with clothes, and I don't wear 80% of them.
Yeah. You should probably take a bag to the Goodwill.
Oh, absolutely.
Bag or
and I've
7.
done that a few times.
Yeah, no, I did that like when we moved. There was a bunch of shit that we just going through everything. Like, I don't wear this. I don't wear this. I don't wear this.
Right.
Give it all to the thrift store.
And I've done that a few times.
Yeah. Got to keep on top of it though.
I know it.
Yeah. Okay. If you heard that Zeke was in the news, what would be your first impression about the reason why?
Because you became famous.
Famous for what?
For your acting.
Oh, acting. Okay, good. Okay. All right.
Or a stand-up comic.
Sure. Why not? I've never done stand-up, but yeah, sure. I'll take it. You betcha.
You could do it, though.
You know, I'm gonna turn that question around. If I found out that you were in the news, what would I assume it was for? And it would
oh my God.
be for, let's see, like something like deranged lady climbs to the top of the Capitol building and just screams obscenities at traffic. something like that.
That would be good.
That would be good. Yeah. There you go. Shit! She screams shit at traffic, and that's all she says is shit.
And cuss some people out that make me mad.
There you go. Yeah. Deranged lady stands in front of the Washington Monument and curses out all the politicians. What's your favorite topping on toast?
Topping? It
Yes.
would be a lot of butter.
Okay.
And strawberry preserves.
Strawberry preserves. There you go.
Yes.
There you go. Okay.
That's wonderful.
That was the question. That was an easy question. What's your
or cinnamon sugar toast?
Oh, yeah, dude. I remember we had that growing up a lot. I haven't had it in years, but we would have. We had an old ass like shaker. I still remember to this day. It was like this white ceramic shaker with a red metal top on it, and we would put the cinnamon and sugar in there.
Yeah.
You remember that?
Yeah.
Dude, I remember that clearly. The top was all dented because it was an antique like shaker. And we would make toast, butter it, and then put cinnamon and sugar on it because we were kids, and like we'd burn that shit off. Like today, I couldn't have the slices, and you know, it would be very unhealthy for me. But as a kid, I ate that shit all the time.
Yes.
So good.
Oh God, yes.
What? Oh, do you play? So, do you ever scratch lotto tickets?
I have a couple times, but that was a long time ago.
Do you remember the most?
I don't anymore.
You remember the most you've ever won?
What's that? A free ticket.
You never won any money though?
No.
Nah. No, my mom's gambling was in the casino with the gambling machines, like the Keno and poker machines.
That's right.
That was her flavor, and mine too, to be honest.
Yep.
And last question. What color of clothes do you think Zeke looks best in?
You look good in black.
Okay, that's gotta do something other than black or white because those are arguably not colors.
Oh, okay. You would look good in maroon.
Maroon! That is right. Good job. I do look good in maroon.
Yes.
Thank
Yes,
you.
You do.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Vincent seems to think I look good in blue.
I don't know about that.
I don't think so either because blue doesn't make my eyes pop because my eyes are blue. So it takes the blue coloring we need the contrast to my eyes to make them pop because I got good eyes.
Right? Exactly.
See, that's why I like wearing reddish colors.
I think maroon
No,
is
someone in my chat, I came in with a red shirt today, and I sat down, and someone in my chat was like, "That red shirt is terrible. Go get a blue one." And I was like, "Fuck you!" And then I went and got a blue shirt and put it on, and it was like, "That's better." I'm like, "Fucking what? It's not better. Red makes my eyes pop."
That's right.
God damn. I guess I do have one more question.
Okay.
Do you know what a Kentucky tractor puller is?
No.
Can you guess?
Well, I can only imagine it's on a farm. I know I'm totally wrong.
That it's what?
But it's on a farm.
It's on a farm, yeah.
It's on a farm, like tractors, and it pulls weeds along or whatever. I know that's totally wrong. But
it is totally wrong. It is actually slang for the act of a male and a male or a male and a female performing anal sex. During sex, the receiver clenches their butt cheeks tightly and runs with the penis still attached to the buttocks.
I knew it was something filthy.
It is. It's always something
I knew
filthy.
that.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Yes.
That one was from 6 Feet Under, and I'm ashamed that I asked you that because I did not read the whole thing. Oh, there you are, Pete. Thank you.
Okay.
He spoke up. I banned him from the channel, so we're good. All right, Mom. That's a great last question. A great question to end on.
Yes.
So I'll just say that I love you. Oh, I forgot to tell you, Mom. We got an offer on the house. We're not done yet. It's not, completed, but we did get an offer on it. So we're gonna see where that goes and see if it goes all the way through because I know that happens a lot. What's that?
Was it a good offer?
Yeah, it was a good offer. Yep, it was an offer that we were totally willing to accept.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
How cool is that?
Yeah. So we'll see if it goes all the way through, and then if it does, then we're done. We're done with that house. It'll be nice.
Oh God, that would be wonderful.
It would be wonderful. You're right.
Yes.
So, also update in case you forgot. Like Katie and I have since June of this month, we have been cigarette free for a year.
Holy cow!
I know it's been a while.
Wow, that's so good.
Yep. So.
I know it.
Yeah, good stuff. How about you? How long have you been smoke free?
About a half hour.
I see. God damn it.
Sorry.
It's okay. If you were gonna quit, you should have quit a while ago. But hey, Mom,
I know it.
You're getting old, now. So smoke them up, Johnny. Go ahead. Go to your grave happy.
It doesn't matter anymore. Not at my age.
No, it doesn't matter anymore. Not at all.
If something was going to happen, it would have already.
That's right. You're absolutely correct. All right, Mama. I'm going to let you go now.
Okay. Bye, Zirconia.
I love you, Mom. Bye.
I love you, sweetheart.
Okay. Everybody say bye to Mom. Okay. Everybody say bye. Bye, Mom.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, there you go. Hope that's still fun for you guys. Old Mama Zeke, old Zeke Mom, answering all your fucking terrible questions, Pete. Yeah. What? Okay, hold on. When I asked her the question, Pete, you came in with a Zeke in caps, like Zeke. Like you didn't want me to actually tell her exactly what you printed down. I'm gonna fucking tell her who said it. It wasn't me this time. Vincent giving a sub to Pat Welsh. Not sure who that is, but thank you very much, Vincent.
And hail Brazil.
Such a cool relationship, actually. I'm telling you, my mom and I get along like a house on fire, which I've always loved that phrase. All right, we got more demos to do. We are almost through my list. I have only 2 more on the B-sides, and the rest are just going to be on this side. So let's go 84. 84. And what do we get? A 3. All the way at the top. A puzzle game where you fold dice. And that's the name of the game. Okie dokie. Let's find it. A puzzle game where you fold dice. There it is. Oh, spatially. Okay. Interesting. All right. I copied it. I'm gonna delete it. Shift up. I don't see this game lasting overly long, but you never know. A puzzle. And I always wonder what, like, the capitalizations are just so funky on these games, on some of these games. Like, they capitalize the P in puzzle and the D in dice, but none of the other words. I don't wonder why. Puzzle game where you fold capital dice. There we go. Okay, fold a dice. Fold a net of a dice into a cube. This is the only video game in existence that relies on your 3D spatial reasoning skill. This is developed and published by Den Totino, and it's due to be released. I did not download it because I'm a fucking dipshit. There we go. Yeah, release date TBA. It's the only one that does it, right? Beginner. Okay. Oh, it shows you what the dice are supposed to look like. Okay. I see. Be-de-doo-doo. What is your favorite celebrity with a good beard? I don't know. Like, I'll give you the first one that comes to mind. Like, when Zach Galifianakis had a beard, or I don't know if he does still. He grows it out periodically. But I like him. I think he's funny. I don't know if his beard is good, though, necessarily. It's pretty scraggledy. Oh, rotate. Okay. So you pick it up and right click. Oh, you just drag. Oh, okay. I see. We're shitboxing Miss Merc for saying Henry Cavill? Really? Why would you do that? Miss Merc, I'm sorry. Maybe it's because, have you ever been in the shitbox? No, you maybe you've been timed out, it looks like twice total here. Oh, Jason Momoa? That's another good one. He's got a pretty good beard when he grows it. Yep. Yep, yep, yep. Tasty Empire with 67 months. Thank you. Also, what game I need to forget? This one.
Shh, little butt crack. Be quiet. This is a ninja mission.
This is a ninja mission. No. Rotate it. Nope, that's too far. Oh, no. That's gonna be on the opposite side of that. That'll fold up and point, there you go. And then pointing away from the, there you go. Is that what you wanted, Javi? I had to guess. Matter. So that's going to turn over twice. Am I allowed to retaliate? Of course you are. Hold on, let me give you your sword back. Yeah, absolutely you are. Oh, that's obviously not it? Okay. Yeah, that one's gonna be on the bottom of that. And then we have this like this. There we go. There we go. Okay. One more. There we go. Pretty straightforward. Simple little puzzle game. Decent chill music. All right, let's see. Burger Boys or Doomsday Diner, huh? Okay. Which one is it going to be? 2. It's going to be the Doomsday Diner. All right, copy. Delete and shift up. And then paste her over here. Okay. Let's check it out. Doomsday Diner. Bingo. Let's download it first. There we go. All right. Chaos, cooking, combat. In a post-apocalyptic world where hot dogs are cheap and life is cheaper, you manage to the last functioning hot dog diner. Cook hot dogs, brew coffee, and serve bizarre orders. Upgrade your diner, keep it clean, and shoot down raiders who want your hard-earned cash. This is due to come out next month, July 23rd, developed by Space Rock Games, published by them and Unicat label. Let's rock and roll. Let's cook. Let him cook. Let me cook. No. Doomsday Diner. Did we play something similar? No, that one was a horror game where you make hot dogs. This one's a post-apocalyptic first-person game where you make hot dogs. Totally different, man. Totally different. Hey Zeke, why do you type the name in Steam every time when you already have it copy-pasted? Oh, I don't even think about it, Praxis. That thought never crossed my mind. I don't know. All right, move around. Oops, move around. Moving around. That's me moving. View recipes on the back wall. Create a sausage. Oh, there's a raw dog, the long boy, the nice guy, the ex-boyfriend, the employee, the salty Sally, the quiet one, the kiss goodnight. I like the names. Those are great. Oh, there. Oh, I see. So get a wiener. Okay, place on the grill. Oh, it's a click and drag. Damn it. Damn it. All right. Inspect the ticket. Okay. Ticket in the tray stand. Okay. Ring the delivery bell. Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay. Raid incoming. Get down. Grab the pistol. Kill the bandit. Drop the pistol. Eat a cooked sausage to heal. Ah, okay. Make a cup of coffee. Kick off the day with a sip of coffee. Oh shit. Shit moves slower. Okay. Each day customers place orders, fulfill them as quickly as you can to earn tips. Don't burn your sausages unless ordered to. Successful orders improve the diner's rating. Failed orders reduce it. Losing all stars meaning losing your job. A high rating is key to earning more tips. Be careful of bandits that come in regularly to take your tips or your life. When each day ends, you'll be able to spend your tips on upgrades to make your work easier. Keep an eye on the time. Your day ends at 2100. So take things day by day and see how long you can survive in the apocalypse. Just a wiener. Okay. I'm guessing you just go by picture. Oh, and you're Frank's. We're oh, Frank's because of Frankenfurter. Yeah, okay. What the fuck is that noise? Oh, just a new ticket? Okay. Dude, come on now. Wonder how I know when a dude's gonna shoot at me, if there is a way to know. Am I doing that right? There we, okay, it'll have like a little drippy on it, okay. If it needs like ketchup or whatever. Okay. No, why does the ketchup near the fucking thing? God damn it. I did not mean to ring the bell. The ketchup was too close to the fucking bell. It should snap to the plate, god damn it. See how it snaps to that? Where did the ticket go? Oh. Never mind. Dude. Fuck off. Okay. No, the dice game wasn't bad. It was just really simple. Rise, 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 rise. Rise, 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 rise. No, it was just really simple. So I played a few rounds and I'm like, okay, cool game. Leave the counter and pick up the sponge. Oh, this guy. Okay. Throw a bandit in the trash. Oh, okay. At the end of each day, take a moment to clean the tables and the corpses. Your customers will thank you. Wait. Bandits can be thrown at a large distance. Oh, a large distance. Okay. A clean dining will improve your rating, and dirty dining will harm it. Keep rating high to earn more tips. Got it. When you're ready to use the computer, just purchase upgrades and start the next day. Okay. There you go. Okay, cool. All right. All my tables clean. Tables clean. Zeke, would you recommend Lorelei and the Laser Eyes? It's on sale for Steam. Yes, I would. Yes. It's a trip, man. It's a good game. Really good. Even Rami liked it. Can I throw this in the fucking trash? Thank you. Okay. Oh, okay. I don't have to. All right. Did you play Rami's game more? No, I haven't since they updated the tutorial and stuff. I have not. Okay. Oh, there it is. There's the big finger. I have 31. Replace your sauce bottles with a high pressure sauce hose with no off switch. Sausage on the grill takes significantly longer to burn and slightly longer to cook overall. No, fuck that. I don't think I want any of these right now. Yeah. I can only afford 2 of them anyways. When the coffee bar is full, slowdown can be triggered at will. I'll save up for something I really want. Oh, that one wants it burnt, huh? Hey. Where's my... Oh, it goes in the same spot. Oh, well, that's 2 burn ones. Nice work. No, god damn it. Okay. Oh, wait. Oh, that hurts me. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh my fucking god, dude. Pick up the ketchup! I don't like the fact that the ketchup and mustard like just swing around. Just have it pointing down when I pick it up. I'm guessing my health refills every day. I hope. That matters. All right, you sir. There you go. Oh, almost. Oh, that worked. I guess I got him. $84 now. Okay, cool. No, I think that's what I want. I'm saving up for the sauce hose. Is that dude dead? Okay. I think he's just jamming in the background. Yep, someone's shooting at me. Nope. Oh my god, just throw it in there, it'll appear where you want it. Ugh. Yeah, I just want to see the condiment hose that they promised me. Is that it? Okay. Had a bunch of raiders today. Nailed it. Kobe! There you go. Not condiment hose. Well, no. Not like boats and hose. The sauce hose. There you go. Replace your sauce bottles with a high pressure sauce hose with no off switch. Let's fucking go. Those are the worst. How do I... Okay, how do I choose ketchup, though? E. Okay, just E to choose ketchup. Or mustard, I mean. wants a raw dog, huh? I don't think you heal between rounds either. Don't take the... Oh my fucking god! Nope. Just a plain old raw dog. There you go. Stop it. Put on the thing. Hit the thing. There. Oh, fucking shit. Always gotta be one fucking joker. There you go. Raw dogs and charcoal dogs, no in-betweens? No, there's raw dog, cooked dog. Yep, there's 3 levels of dogs, raw, cooked, and burnt. Oh my god. Good day. Clean day. And floor dog. I mean, it's the apocalypse, man. They're not even asking where the fucking meat is coming from, let alone if I dropped it on the floor. They are giving me star ratings though, so there is Yelp in the post-apocalyptic future, which is kind of horseshit. Got him. There you go. How many more? Any more? Nope. I think there's only 2 raiders today, right? Is there a list somewhere with the location codes for sound bites? No, there's no link for that because it changes so fast. But I can show you the board if you want to see it. Take a screenshot if you want. If you can read my writing. Screenshot, quick. All right, there you go. I change them so often that I don't bother with like putting it down anywhere. But you want a random one?
Bad guy in little gold.
There you go. There's your random. All right. 112. Okay, reach J5. All right, cool. Fun game. Fun little wiener game. I like it. I just wish there was a more Snap to features. Like Snap to plate, Snap to, you know how the dogs snap to the dogs? Like that. That's quality of life shit that I would like. My favorite apocalypse games or movie? I mean, it's hard to beat Mad Max. The Mad Max series is great. My company just dropped a bomb at 4 p.m. today. They're moving forward with AI automation and layoffs will be coming soon. Fuck AI, it's not a replacement, it's a tool. Fuck, dude, I'm sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that, Pete. Yeah, Judge Dredd counts as well, yeah, because they all moved to mega cities. So yeah, so like the outside is all radiated. Yeah, I think that, yeah. Dredd counts, I would say, yeah. Okay, that one I think I already wish listed. Yep, it's on my list. Cool. All right, looking forward to that one. Let's see where we're at. 83 now. We are trucking. 83, go. 42 again. Love all my curls. Oh, you guys, you got lucky. There's not many FMVs on there, but we've hit a couple in the past few days. I think this is one of them. All right. Love all my girls. There it is. Yeah. Oh, shit. Shit. It's cinematic simulation first-person comedy, by the way. It's comedy. Okay. Love all my girls. What would you do with infinite resurrection and time travel? Predict the future, save the world, get rich overnight, or date 6 girls at once? You've lived every man's dream but stepped into a fatal trap. You're just trying to make them all happy. What's wrong with that? This one's due to come out September 2026, developed and published by them and Seasonic, or Seasosync. Whatever that means. I didn't download it, which I should have because it's probably huge. Oh, it's not that bad. Not that bad. Hey, Bubba. Okay. Come here. Come here and get some love while we're waiting for this to download. Hi, buddy. How's life? How's life being a dog? Pretty good? Yeah, pretty good, huh? You get everything taken care of? Someone goes out with a little baggie and picks up your shit. You can bark or sleep all day. Not bad. Not a bad life. Alright. I'm a good boy. I'm a good boy. Alright, well. Thank you. Alright. Love all my girls. Let's go. Tasty Empire, thank you for giving a sub. Oh, no, that was 40 minutes ago. I already thanked you. I already thanked your ass. Starting off strong. You have to breathe so much? Jeez. You sure this is Twitch safe? Nope. I am not. Taking a real risk right now. You're gonna see a lot of knees. This is the real wiener game. Oh, shit. Man, this turns people on, and I don't get it. It has to. They make a million of them. Do I want the right one or the left one? Well, that one looks filthy. I'm making her drink and I'm like shoving the glass in her face. You drink this. You drink like this. Well, if it ended here, I'd just say good demo. But guess what? Like every one of these fucking games that I shit you not, it starts with the dream. Sis already knows, you little rascal. Rebirth. That's fun. Oh, I have to click it. Oh, she did poison me. Okay, cool. Is that Wukong? This is your specially designed Sea King phone. Based on fingerprint and facial recognition, it can be unlocked using 5 different gestures. YMXHL, allowing you to see different contacts. Oh, okay, okay. Yan Yan. Wait, no.
猪头，猪头。
Piggy, piggy. No worries when it rains.
我们去旅游吧，你早就答应过我的。
Oh, yes. Okay, there we go.
开心，大笨猪。
Happy, you big dummy.
经常出来玩吧。
Let's come out and have more fun from now on, okay? Baby, if I drop the bricks, I can't afford to keep you. Sure. She got lipstick on her teeth? Oh no, it's just a hanging piece of skin from her lip. Oh my god, fucking say something!
我们还没结婚。
Also, your black contacts are just disturbing.
Oh, that's too big. Oh.
Childhood sweethearts, courteous as guests. Get 2 rooms or seize the bloom while you can. Find a way to get 1 room.
你好，要2个单间。
There you go. Thank you, Pete. What? We're fully booked. There's only 1 room left. Good. Deluxe Comfort King. Let's go.
哎呀，真不走运，看来
We're
只
on
能再
luck.
找
Looks
一
like
家
we'll。have to find another place.
旅游旺季，家家爆满。先生、小姐，现在到周围任何一家酒店，肯定都是订不到房的。
Thank you, asshole.
哎，看来咱俩只能提前买票回家了。
Gonna have to head home early.
啊，可是我还没玩够呢。
那没办法， 咱俩睡一间房，你爸一定会杀了我。
Lieutenant Screwdriver, thank you for the 37 months and for checking your Prime. What is with all the fucking mouth sounds? I'm gonna go for it.
这位道友生得白白嫩嫩，洗得干干净净，必是助老夫修炼的上佳炉鼎。好家伙，固都不固定啊！
I don't like me.
生气啦？
不敢不敢。
Nope. Done. It was a good try. But nope. Nope. All right, we're going to go with my last game. There is no fucking way that game was going to be any good. All right, Burger Boys. There we go. And that's it for my picks, man. We're done. My side is done. Bingo. I like this music already. Let's download it first. There we go. We went from hot dog to burgers. Burger Boys. Become Patty, the accidental owner of a failing food business. Craft tasty or nasty burgers. Discover new ingredients and work hard-ish to redeem your reputation on the way to the best parking spot of all time. Play with your food in this cozy food truck simulator. Developed and published by Mischief Maker Studio. It's due to come out TBA. Let's go, Burger Boys. I like the not shaggy guy with the French fry hair. Yeah, Bread Assassin. It was getting a little assaulty, and I didn't want to fucking. Also, those games are almost always boring as fuck. So, I gave it a shot for 2 minutes, and I was like, "Fuck this." Our tiny team is so excited to give you a taste of Burger Boys. If you find any bugs, please report it. Got it. Wow, there she is, the Burger Boys food truck. Can't wait to serve up some burger for the boys. Sorry, Chica, we're not open yet. You can get a burger once the new boss shows up. Oh, that's me. Oh, for real? Sorry to hear that, brah. Well, I guess I should teach you how to make burgers then. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, it's all pretty straightforward. Customers will show up and tell you what they want, and then you'll design it. And what will you do? I'll make it. You give me the recipe, I can cook it up. My name's Fry, by the way. Nice to meet you, Chica. Or I guess boss. I'm Patty, but you can call me boss. Whatever you say, boss. Let's open shop.
Hey, do you guys spit in the food?
Do you want us to?
What? No, God, what's wrong with you?
Burger Boys burgers are 100% spit-free, sir.
Oh, yeah, nice. It's hard to get a good spit-free burger around here. What's your menu?
We don't have one.
I beg your pardon?
Burger Boys are 100% spit-free and designed to order, sir. Tell us what you're in the mood for and we'll make it happen.
Wow, you don't make it easy, huh? Guess you give me a spit-free burger with cheese? Yeah.
One easy cheese hold the sleazy coming up. Psst, boss, it's your time to shine. Designing burgers is pretty easy. Just click on an ingredient in the binder and add it to your design, like this. This guy probably doesn't want a keto bun though. Click on the ingredient in the burger. Oh, then press to remove it. Or if you really hate what you've done, just scrap it all and start again by slamming it in the trash. Don't worry, you won't actually use up ingredients until you press serve. Take it away, boss. Sesame bun. Give me that burger and give me that cheese. Serve it. Save the pic. I mean, I guess I asked for it, but I also just assumed you'd make it taste good. That's rough. Remember, the burger has to meet a customer's request and also taste reasonably balanced. The fuck? What the fuck was I supposed to do? He said a burger with cheese, and I gave him a burger with fucking cheese! Customers will rate us and pay based on how well you fulfilled their request. Get 2 stars, and they'll at least pay for the cost of the ingredients you used. Get more and earn tips. You should know though, most customers aren't that easily pleased. Sometimes you gotta figure out what their soul is asking for. And that is the beauty of small business ownership, or a recipe for failure. Wait, what do you mean by failure? Well, the last guy sold the business to you, right? No, I won it in a competition from the back of a supermarket receipt. Oh, well, at least that sounds like you didn't sign anything legally binding. Would that be a problem? Oh, here comes another customer. Welcome to Burger Boys. Can I take your order? I need meat. I'm 2 hours into a road trip, and my boyfriend wants us to do this vegan thing and thought that not having meat is making me sweaty. No problem. We have meat. No, are you even listening to me? My boyfriend and I are vegan. Just make me feel like I'm eating meat, you know? Okay. To be pretty umami. Oh, see the flavor values. Okay. Basic beef patties are very umami. There's no vegan tag on the beef patties. Wait, but aren't cows vegan? Shut up. Here I defrosted our last 5 black bean patties this morning. That should do the trick. I don't know what the fuck else to put on it, man. Nice. Go ahead and smash the check status button to see if your burger is umami. You can hover over the graph to get a little more info about your burger's KPIs. That's K flavor indicators. Very umami, very sweet. Once you're satisfied, serve it up. I don't know what saving the pic does. Vincent giving us up this special sauce. Like my boyfriend, this has no redeeming qualities. Unlike my boyfriend, this isn't even vegan. It's not? It said the barbecue sauce was vegan. And I gave her the keto bun. It said, was the keto bun not vegan? Fuck off. I don't care. Oh, it's vegetarian, not vegan, though. Fuck you and fuck me. Greasy, nasty burger, but no bread, please. Okay. You want something fucking nasty? I got you, bro. I got you, bro. 5 subs if you can recite the Big Mac jingle right here with no assistance from chat. Oh, I don't know it. I know 2 all beef patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese. Something on a sesame seed bun. See, I missed the middle part.
Better in your pocket than in Bezos.
It's not unique? What do you mean it's not unique? That shit is unique as fuck. All right. Thank you, Onganger, for giving a sub to Kino Ghoul worth 1 sub at least. Thank you. And then 5 from Pete. I guess it was close enough for you too, Pete. All right, thank you for giving out subs to Jobus25, D4 Fun, Nutty33, Wabbit Hatter, and Yasser Gerby.
Hail, Berserkers!
What did I miss? It's 2 all beef patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese. What's the middle part on a sesame seed bun? Pickles, onions on a, yeah, pickles, onions on a sesame seed bun. There you go. Why is this not unique? What makes it unique? Oh, they have unique stats. How's it now? Still not very unique. Who cares? Who gives a fuck? Whatever, dude. You'll take it. You'll take it and like it. Oh yeah, slop it up, slop, slop, slop. Something's not right with that man, but you did a great job. Oh, that was a 5-star review. Not bad, boss. Okay, pretty slow. Turns out customers are ordering. Okay, yeah. Our score on Whelp. Okay. Captain Zero was 7 months. Thank you for checking your Prime. Time to head in, second day of work. There you go. Gross to go. I should talk to Fry about the sale. Oh, okay. There you are. Should we fight her? A car full of freshly manufactured basics. Sesame buns, beef patties, pre-sliced tomatoes, pre-squoze, and ketchup. Okay. Limited number of time points to spend on action. Grocery shopping costs 1 time point. Try it now. Each day I change out the ingredients in the pink basket, so keep an eye out for new specials, okay? Ask me about your daily delivery. You're gonna fill in this here for order form, and I'm gonna bring you regular bits and bobs on the cheap. Let your order if everything daily delivery or I got broke. Limit to my kindness, alright? Okay. We could use some more bacon and some more barbecue sauce. Fish fillet patties? We don't even have any of those. Where's the fucking bacon, you bitch? You don't even have bacon. I'm on a diet, but not one of those weight loss ones. Give me a burger with no lashings of barbecue sauce, but I hate ketchup. What? Speak English. Give me a burger with no lashings of barbecue sauce, but I hate ketchup. What the fuck does no lashings mean? Ask the lash. The lash, you know what that means? She hates ketchup. Oh, in the context of food, lashing is a British and Irish colloquial term meaning a large, generous amount. Okay, but no lashings. No lashings. Meaning, I want a not generous amount of something. The fuck? And all I want is not a big amount of, you know, blowjobs. What? I mean, what would you guys put on it? I'm on a diet. This is all I have to go on. I'm on a diet, but not one of those weight loss diets. Give me a burger with no lashings of barbecue sauce, but I hate ketchup. So a little bit of barbecue. Okay, so you can actually do quite a bit. Okay. Neither ketchup nor barbecue. Okay. Why would you do the keto one? Okay, mustard only and then put some veggies on it? Like that? I don't fucking know, dude. Oh, this is just divine. I have to post about this on the community notice board. Okay, good. 5-star review. We did it. We nailed it. I would like a burger that's moderately umami, moderately salty with a keto bun. Moderately, wait. Oh, mildly. Moderately is second tier. Okay. Okay. Yeah, none of these have anything. All right, so we are moderately salty. We are moderately umami with a keto bun. Maybe throw a lettuce on there because it doesn't take away from it. What do you think? It was moderate, you fucking piece of shit! Fuck you! Wow, what is this place? Some kind of exquisite sandwich construction facility? A barbecue bacon cheeseburger. Easy peasy. Is that palm sweat? 4 stars? What the fuck do I gotta do? C.O. Doolittle. Okay. That fits into my strict healthy lifestyle. You got it, buddy. Oh, I don't have any more keto buns left. Oh, keto buns are greasy. Okay, so stay away from the greasiness. Oh yeah, maybe we do, yeah, do a lettuce wrap. There you go. Vince giving a sub to Take a Leak on Your Grandma. I'll take a leak on your grandma. American mustard? American mustard is like yellow mustard. Oddly enough, the biggest brand here is French's. French's American mustard. But yeah, there's a difference between an English mustard and American mustard. And some more lettuce. There you go. Lettuce on lettuce in a lettuce bun. All right, how we doing? It's bitter. It is moderately bitter. It's not greasy at all, which is nice. Much too easy for you. Rest assured, pathetic little truck is kicking. I won't be so kind. Oh, but he 5-star reviewed us. Okay, you get, when you end the day, time points remaining, you can knock off early to relax, or up to 2 time points will be carried over to the next day. Okay. Oh, so there is like a rested thing. Okay. Oh, fuck. Did I make this? That must be like before us. All right. That was all right. Wasn't too bad. Just a little bit more like, I don't want to fucking buy the ingredients and shit. Just give me the ingredients. I'll make the burgers and I'll fucking figure it out. All right. That was the last of my choices. Now it's all A-sides. All suggested from the audience. And we are on 82. Yes, 82. All right, 29. Let's see what we got. Furry Ball. Oh, not furry. Fury Ball Rogue Revenge. Totally different thing. Okay.
Play the demo now. Rebound presents Fury Ball Rogue Revenge. You are an outsider from the slums.
I like the pulp movie kind of like voiceover. All right, Fury Ball is a fast-paced action roguelite where your only weapon is a bouncing bullet ball. Control the chaos, shatter enemies, and survive sport-themed arenas inspired by pinball and Grindhouse Cinema. Grindhouse, that's what I meant. Developed and published by Rebound, due to come out later this year. Let's fucking go. I got my controller. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Normal.
The old world is gone. Sitting on its smoking ruins, one city still stands.
Dread.
Cutthroat only governed by a twisted shadow of a sport, the Fury Ball. Winners rule the city alongside their gangs, resolving feuds through Fury Ball matches. Losers don't deserve to be fed and are thrown back into the desert, never to come back. There's only one way to escape, one way to be free. Play the game, follow its rules, climb to the top of the city, and be reborn as a champion.
Oh, right, thank you.
Inside of the Fury Dome.
What was it? What was the name of the game? Fury Ball. Rogue Revenge. There we go. Okay. What you doing here, outsider? Need someone to kick your butt back into the wasteland? Hold right trigger to load your recall zone. Release right trigger when the ball is inside your recall zone and pull it towards you. After recalling the ball, you can press X to hit it or right to pocket it. Okay. Shrubs with 40. Thank you, Shrubs. Chat, my 86-year-old father just sent me an AI video of himself dancing with Donald Trump. I just fucking can't take it anymore. Fucking hell, man. So glad I didn't have children. So glad I'm not having kids, dude. Fuck. Hitting the ball fills your Fury bar. Higher Fury increases your ball's speed and damage. Your combo increases when you hit enemies without recalling. When combo is ready, use a charge attack on the ball to enter hyperspeed. God damn, dude, a little bit less delay on the fucking thing would be nice. Yeah, I'm not really getting it all that well. I do like the style, though. The style of the game is great. I love the grindhouse shit.
Special promotion for Zone 1 residents in the North Stand. Hurry up and get your seat. Another night, another battle. Buy your ticket now.
Another one.
Another one! Nope. No, let me out of here. I don't want to train. I don't want to train! I wanted to leave! Am I doing a new mission, I think? No, I don't know either, man. Getting, yeah, the goddamn smoke alarm chirps. I'm hearing those two, dude. That's fucking hilarious. I don't know, it's kind of madcap. I'm just walking around trying to hit people, and the ball, when the ball gets near me, I try to hit the ball towards the people, but it's all right. like it. It's not a lot. All right, that's Fury Ball Rogue Revenge. 81 now. Let's keep on rolling. We go quickly. Very quickly around here. We'll be trying games on Steam Pins and Pegs Fest. I have no fucking idea what that means. Hey, look at the stream summary so far. Ezekiel is knee-deep in Fury Ball Rogue Revenge, a grindhouse pinball roguelike. The style is landing, but the ball control feels sluggish so far. Thanks AI. Appreciate it. Hashtag. Roll 1D fucking 81. Yeah, 81. There we go. 64. Where's we at? The Disappearance of Emily Crow. Okay. Okay, this one looks like it might be fun. No. Let's get it downloaded.
Here. Now please, quick.
The Disappearance of Emily
I don't know who you are
Crow.
or how you communicate through my phone.
Okay.
But thank you.
Your sister disappeared 15 years ago. Now you're back, and whatever took her is still there. First-person psychological horror, no combat. Survive entities that each hunt differently. Relive her memories as playable experiences. Connect your real phone to... Oh, my God. Connect your real phone to detect and face threats. What? Weird. All right. This one's due to come out Q1 of 2027. Developed and published by Nemoris Games. Interesting. I'm going to connect my real phone and see what happens. What could go wrong? Current cinematics are AI-generated visual references. We are typically using AI to explore ideas, present the story, and define the atmosphere of the Disappearance of Emily Crow during development. Final version of the game will feature cinematics created by human artists with a carefully crafted and consistent artistic direction. What do we think? Well, that's too bad. Okay. It did not want to be closed. The AI said no. AI said, I don't want to be closed. I refuse. Yep. There we go. All right, sorry about that, Emily Crow. But thank you for outing yourself. Made it very easy for us. Okie dokie. 80 now. 53. Rivage. This one was suggested a lot. R-V-A-G-E.
Welcome to the prestigious International Space Station Ares. Earth is counting on you to assess the viability of VASTA for humanity, particularly regarding the mysterious magnetic field surrounding it.
I wake up. Same bunk. Same time. The station resets. But I don't.
Oh. There we go.
Our food supplies are dwindling faster than expected.
Rivage is an immersive sci-fi puzzle adventure set aboard the Ares space station, trapped in a space phenomenon. Wake up as Miranda, forced to explore, solve intricate puzzles, to unravel the fate of your missing crew. This one's due to come out August 13th, developed by Ex Nihilo Studio, published by Raw Fury. Let's go. Oh shit. Y'all are fighting a losing battle, but Godspeed in your crusade. Hey, someone's got to fight the fight, right? Why not? I'm doing my small little eensy weensy little part. But it's all right. Hey, I'm not gonna argue about it. I don't give a shit. New game. Let's go. Heads up, the demo would save carryover for the full release. That's fine. That don't bother me.
Vesta. An exoplanet capable of harboring humanity was our new hope. My team and I were sent here to the Ares station to study it. We were so proud, so energized by this adventure. But everything went wrong so quickly. They left. All of them. Overnight. I have to understand what happened and flee the station at all costs before it becomes my tomb.
No, and White Paper, I'm glad you're here because I'm not shitting on you at all. I'm not calling you out. Your opinion is valid. Totally fine.
System has been reset. Alert.
Damn it, I can't pause. Let me pause. Fuck.
Alert. Station power reserves are critical.
Okay.
Gather your most
I will.
important research and proceed to the evacuation bay.
There we go. Okay. I just want to say, like, the reason why I'm talking to you right now is because of this. Because I saw this. We were playing Mecha Chameleon yesterday, and I saw this review come up. I'm like, game is pretty boring once you get over the 1 to 2 hour novelty of clipping your model into the environment so that your friends waste 5 minutes looking for you. Then you realize you just wasted 5 minutes sitting there and you refund. At least that's what I did. That made me fucking laugh earlier today. Oh, that's great. Good review, man. No notes. It's also a valid review.
We all realized too late that we were a family.
Oh, move object. Wee! Move object! Wee! Oh shit, it's one of those games where you can pick up almost literally everything. Oh, maybe not. Okay, maybe not. Forgot password. I did. Oh, there we go. Personal neural device. Oh. Retrieve my things, put away my papers, do my laundry. Hi.
Well, our food supplies are dwindling faster than expected. But if we're careful, starting now, we can still avoid early rationing.
Are you sure that applies to everyone, Commander Kim?
Everyone can be careful, I suppose.
And we will.
Anyway, we're supported by the best logistics around.
Yes, yes. Speaking of logistics, Jahi, I would need some clarification on the escape pods, just in case.
Amon eats too much anyway.
Raphael.
Well, all of...
Don't play it again. Roomba. Reset instructions. Type /000/ and then put your birthday in. Okay, so I just have to find out what my birthday is. My bestseller. Okay. Okay. Hello, Mon. I'm coming back to you for a minor health check. Hope things are getting better. How do you feel today? Feeling better. The medicine you gave me eased my stomach. Excellent. I'm counting on you to ration it a bit just in case. Miranda, I thought I made it clear when I asked you to secure your belongings and fasten anything that could float around the station before the core reset to zero gravity. My apologies, Commander. I never want to see a floating geography book in the kitchen again. Do you know what a Mach 3 propelled telescope becomes? Safety notice number 12. A high-velocity ballistic projectile with significant kinetic energy that can cause serious damage to the space station and our injured member crew. Jolly will bring you more straps for the telescope. Oh, and I also found some of your knickknacks on top of the refrigerator. You'll find your rubbish in a container in the hallway to our rooms. Get organized, Doctor. Hi, Raphael. How are you today? Fine. I'm glad to hear that. What are you going to do today? Want to see the robot? Buzzer, our kitchen robot? You will be careful, I'm sure. Yes. Dad, Mom, I'm writing from the system Rivage. We've arrived. That's fantastic, my darling. I'm sure you'll be on the moon. Country, blah, blah, ever since you were 4, yada, yada, yada. Mom! Come on, stop teasing her. Celebrate her new position. Okay. Dad. Just kidding, my darling. We just wanted, I'm blocking you anyway. See if you last more than 2 hours of your beloved old ones. Okay. Okay. No. No clues there. Oh, new data is as follows. 2210, 2435. $24.35. Okay. Use handle to open. Oh, there it is. There we go. Hey, look at that. It's my key card, level 1 access card.
Level 1 granted.
Oh, I just scanned it. I'm good. Okay. Miranda, how can it only be 2 years since we met? I feel like we already lived a lifetime with you. We're going to space, give us a chance, a better future. There's no words to describe jealousy, pride, joy. I feel all mixed together. Such a compliment reassures me that a woman like you carries responsibility for our species. I know you belong at Ares. Stop doubting it. If it wasn't meant to be you, then who? I love you. Come back to me soon. So stars sing. Fuck you. Come on, type 2 diabetes, obesity. I'm sure that'll be important at some point, but I'm not reading it now. Oh, I level 4. Oh, no, what? Okay. Level 1, there we go. That's me. That's me. The emergency pharmacy batteries should not be used for anything else. Gather the 3 batteries scattered across the floor and put them back in the pharmacy. Oh, that turns the bottom 2. Okay. Oh. Oh, fuck me. Did I do it? I did it. With a few modifications, I was able to study all these things in 3 dimensions. It changed everything I know about the language. Miranda will be able to help us even more. Okay. This looks like a puzzle I have to solve. Okay, I'm here. Everything's fine. Everything's fine.
Hi Nemo. Hi Dory. Hi Sushi. At least you guys don't ask yourselves any questions.
They named the fish Sushi.
Hello, human. I see you don't have a picture of me and your canine yet. Perhaps it's time to take one. Hold on. I'll strike a pose. Gorgeous. My red really pops.
What is this all about now? Why is it floating?
New anomaly to study. At least it doesn't look dangerous.
They're moving. Like in a solar system. Like planets.
It's... Find whatever you can. Maybe it will be useful to them. Let's search the station. There might be others, more interesting ones. The program isn't funding this project for nothing.
The speed and direction of rotation of the objects are constant. It's fascinating.
Oh? It's slower if we touch it. I'm fine. I'm okay.
There's nothing we can do with it in plain language.
The important thing is to make ourselves understood, Jai. Raphael is experimenting.
If only he could help us find more food. By the way, avoid eating anything that's spinning. It would be a shame not to be able to understand what's going on.
Let's avoid personal attacks. Every voice counts.
Yeah, enough. Focus. I want answers tonight. Hurry up. You're spending more time squabbling than finding explanations for me. I thought Raphael was the only child on board. As for you, Miranda, make yourself somewhat useful. Look for other anomalies.
I can come back once I find the right item.
Oh, okay. Happy birthday. 60th birthday. What? Oh. All right, so we got a pattern. Up, diagonal, down, right. Oh, okay. Oh shit. That's the bottom. Fuck. Oh, I can take a photo in the game. Yeah, you're right.
Something's missing. I should keep looking.
Custom made key. Lockies creates innovative keys and meet your needs. A pivoting notch. Oh, okay. It's gotta be, yeah. Like a puzzle key. Sure.
This doesn't go here.
Oh, okay. Oh, what? Oh, fuck me. I can only carry one of these at a time? Okay, well, good.
Warning, sudden drop in light intensity. Please activate your canine flashlight.
Hello, my old friend.
Time trickster! So the lights turned off. How the fuck do I turn them back on? Where's the fucking fuse box? On a space station. Yeah, we're robot pal. Talk to me. Oh, fuck, he's fucked. Have you checked your butthole? Beat up, scut up, butthole. Is there like a fucking...
The downloaded data is stored and accessible via the K9 interface.
Time loop situation, yep. Bay pod access. Okay. All right. Okay, so it's straight through here. So I have to do the loop again? I thought I did that right.
You get used to it eventually.
Okay, it does. It worked. Okay. I just had to give my card access and now we're good. Come on, you drink up all the cans again. 70237 69028. 9028. Seven 702-376 702-376 9028 9028. Okay. I think Crunchy being better than Smooth too. I agree with that.
Eject anymore? This makes no sense. Our only emergency exit is sealed for.
I'll be eating good tonight, damn. Yeah, Pete. Yeah, Pete. I love that. I love to hear that, Pete.
This is absurd.
Calm down. Considering what happened to Aman, it's not too bad.
There was another number? Oh, okay.
Too great anyway.
Aman. Maybe his work
I didn't
can
see the
get
one at the
us
top
out of
there.
this.
Yep.
Could one of them help us combat the phenomena?
He was almost there. I'm going to see.
I want to see.
Someone should continue his research, and we already have our volunteer.
I'm turning on the aircon real quick. Gonna cool down this room a little bit.
I can go anywhere.
Suck my dick.
Friends to know.
My Nebula. Right, because it's a space game.
Well.
No. There we go. 113-9652. Ah, there we go. Enter your barcode. There's where we gotta do this.
Something's missing. I should keep looking.
What? What do you mean? What? Put down card and close slot. Yeah, what the fuck?
I can come back once I find the right item.
I need a different card, not mine. What do you mean? I used my credentials to open this fucking thing.
Something's missing. I should keep looking.
Oh, there's a key. Oh. I've got to damage my card? Somehow? Why make a card you already have? No, because this one gives me level 2 access, I think. Right? Oh, no, that's how much power it's taking. Oh, never mind.
This doesn't seem to be the right item.
Oh, I gotta put this. I can only carry one fucking thing at a time, apparently. Do I have to do this every time, dude? Nope. There.
This isn't the right combination.
What? Oh, rotate. No. God damn it, no. There we go. I can rotate like this. All right. Ugh. There we go. Bingo. Damage card. There it is. Nope. Pick it up, dipshit. Bingo. Yay. So I should have level 2 access now, right? I didn't realize the power is shared by everything in the station. So you get like 3 actions before a loop, or so to speak. It's a neat mechanic though. I like that. Before the power in the station goes completely down. So yeah, and open 4 actions. Opening a door takes an action. Okay. That pod's been ejected. Okay. I just have to find a door with level 2 security. That's level 4. There it is. Okay, hold on. Let me refresh this. I'm gonna just go right here. I wasted one anyways. Ah, fuck me. Here. No. So I gotta waste it to loop. Okay. Do you remember the extremely expensive mouse JP low-key praised on Drop Frame a month ago? I don't. I really don't. I'm sorry. Are you fucking kidding me? What the shit? I thought I got a level 2 access card. Pro X2 Super Strike. There you go. I created another copy of my level 1 card. Why would I do that? I was repairing that card that was in the fucking... What the fuck? See, look, this right here. Why doesn't it just repair that? Oh, gotta type in the info of the damage card. Fucking yeah, of course. Yep. God damn it, idiot. That, yeah. 212-7445. And now, oh my god. Oh, so you got to learn the barcode system, the number system. 4 9 2 3 8 6 1 2 7 5. Okay. All right. 4. We don't have a 4. 9 is this. 4 9, and then 2 is this. 3. Okay, 4 9 2 3 8. That 6 1. I'm just blanking out the ones I don't have. 2 7 5. Okay. Fucking goddamn it. Stop doing that. Okay, 4 is top 2, bottom 1. Okay. Five is bottom 3. And what is that one? 1. Okay. Okay. Come on. Bingo! Look at that, we got it. There, scan it.
Level 2 granted.
Great. Okay. And this might, I would say this would be a good end of demo. If we make it through that that level 2 access part, and you ended the demo there, that might be a good place to end the demo. Oh. Oh, you step inside the... Brrr. Yeah. Well, that didn't end the demo, but... Oh, fuck. Alright. Alright, that's where we'll end the demo, though. Clever little game, man. Clever little game. I liked it. Rivage. That was it. Alright. We got time for probably a couple more. So let's get it going with a 79. What do we got? 66. And that's going to be the Ministry for Anomaly Observation. I think this might be a group game.
Welcome to the prestigious International Space Station Ares. Earth is counting on you to...
Okay. Oh. I mean, I think this might be a blatant steal of observation duty, but we'll see. The Ministry for Anomaly Observation. Okay. A retro anomaly observation game where a government ministry tasks you with monitoring CCTV feeds and identifying anomalies to construct case files. Missed anomalies corrupt the shift and its case file evidence. This one's due to come out July 17th, developed and published by Game Combinat. Let's go. All right. Former experimental estate associated with phase alignment studies, resulting misalignment event is escalated into sustained breach condition. Structure remains intact but compromised. Anomalies 0 out of 45. Anomalies corrupted. Evidence 0 out of 12. Evidence corrupted 0. Start shift. Your shift will end around 5? Around? Man, fuck you. Oh, also it's pixelated, huh? Okay, so there are hall, pantry, hallway, bathroom, and that's it. So 4 rooms. Weird that it's a pixelated one. Oh, you do this and then you report one. Okay. So we got deformation, missing, deception, movement, extra, light, shadow, entity. Okay. There are 4 lights. Five paintings. It's a bit harder to discern things because of the pixelation of it all. Was that battery? What is that up there, I wonder? Okay, yep, more barrels. Good job. Okay, there we go. Okay, we got our first anomaly. This fucking shelf here, was that extra? Oh my God, what was missing? What was missing? Also, that toilet looks weird. Oh, there was a trash can missing. Okay. Oh, deformation. That's a thing too. Okay. What? The toilet's fucked up. Oh, so it was missing most of the toilet, I guess. Sure. Oh. Movement? Okay. So they can just stack anomalies right on top of each other then. Oh, deformed. Was that always ripped? The corner of that sofa? I don't know what the fucking what deception means. I don't know. Deformation? Shut. Nope. Deception. Oh, deception might just mean like color change. It's floating. Does that count as movement? I guess so. Growing means deformation, I guess. Have we ever found a fucking anomaly in this room at all? I think I tried extra. Did I not? I'm pretty sure I did. Whoops. Extra. Yeah. Yeah, no, it was good. Oh, the ceiling. Maybe the ceiling? What are you looking at in the hallway? Shadow? Not an entity for sure. Oh. Okay. Oh. Deception. That's what it is. Deception. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. The trash can is missing again? We'll see. Nope. Oh, shit, finish. All right. Okay, chair's moved, right? Oh, the heat monitor. We didn't even know the ghost thing. Ensure the heat monitor stays within range during your shift to avoid a temporal breakdown. Good luck. Oh, I don't even know what that is. Okay, and then it lists all the anomalies. So that's cool. That's cool. All right. Not bad, man. Not bad at all. Not as good as observation duty, but still deserving of a wish list. Jesus, thank you. But now did I take it off my wish list? Okay, it's on there now. All right, cool. All right, we got time for probably one more, maybe two, depending if we hate it. All right. Okay. 1D. 78. 14. Dash dash dead. All right. That sounds like a platformer. Okay, so there's a few Dash games, huh? Do we know if we have a guest for Drop Frames this week? I do not. Not as far as I know. Not yet, at least. If we do have one.
Don't die.
What is this? Sure, whatever. Let's give it a shot. Play as a death row inmate competing for freedom in a show designed to kill for entertainment. Hunt targets, build deadly item combinations, survive long enough to matter in this turn-based dungeon crawler roguelite. The clock is ticking and the viewers want blood. Are you in?
Someone is about
Dude, I'm in. Dash, dash, dead. Release date coming soon. Developed and published by Virtual Void Studio. Crowd share your camera rolling damage first episode. Okay, cool. Now let me. Nope. Sure. The year is 2250. Capitalism runs the world now. The prison system is on the verge of collapse. Everyone is looking for that new untapped market. One of them finds it. St. Matthew's Institute of Lavish Experiences, or as they call it, SMILE. One of its revolutionary concepts, a survivor game show with death row inmates, turning prisoners' hope into premium pay-per-view. You are one of them, and the audience is chanting, dash, dash, dead! Dash, dash, dead! Okay, inmate 346. Roasted bits deluxe. Equip items in your inventory. Use your hotkeys to activate and consume. Okay. Love Knuckle. Oh, that hurt me. Okay. Oh.
This is what the audience came for.
It's a little bit like Crypt of the Necrodancer. Pay attention to the clock and borders. The longer you take, the harder it gets. Oh. Start the show. Let's go.
Objective set. Good luck.
Oh, that's just, oh, it's passive. Okay, so it already did it. Okay.
Desperation makes for excellent entertainment.
Oh, those guys are just bombs, huh?
I can smell the bonus.
Oh, they letting out this. It's letting out the sewer rats. Okay.
The crowd loves it.
Okay. Oh, it's a box that fucking hits me. Dude, what the fuck, man?
You don't have all day. Just a flesh wound.
Okay. God damn it. And there I'm dead. All right. Okay. It reminds me of Necrodancer without the cool tunes. All right, that's Dash Dash Dead. Let's move on to one more game before we go 1D77. 52. Salvation Echoes of War.
Anybody else ready for some action?
Oh. Dang. Okay. Salvation Echoes of War. Wait, Echoes of Wait, Echoes of War. There we go. Let's download it. Spookiness. 14 gigabytes. Fuck you, man. Explore a haunting purgatory in this third-person stealth adventure. Injured and trapped in a nightmare after war. Solve puzzles, outsmart enemies, and rely on your loyal companion to find a way back to life. Can you escape your past and survive the echoes of war? Developed and published by Infinite Entropy. Due to come out Q3 of this year. Stealth is rough, man. Not a big stealth person. At least not on stream. I don't mind stealth on my own if I'm playing my own, like, a game on my own time. But, man, stealth can be really boring to watch if you take your time. You played Metal Gear? You don't have to really stealth Metal Gear. Close shot. You can smash and grab your way through Metal Gear if you really try hard enough. Whoops. Okay, I got a controller. I'm ready. Metal Gear? Preparing shaders for your GPU. One-time setup. Almost there, and oh, we got to do this progress bar a few times. Okay, no problem. Can do. Oh my God, how many fucking GPU shaders do you need to set up at one time? Don't give me a fucking progress bar if it doesn't mean anything. Look at that, it's still going. Oh, it's not even a progress bar. It's just a bar that tells you it's working. War never changes.
Fallen from the sky, wings scorched and torn, body scarred, lips cracked and worn, embracing shadows, memories fade. Lost in sins he once made.
Yep. Yep. It's AI garbage. It's AI garbage, and we're not gonna do it. That's okay. No discussion needed. Okay. 65. The Puppet's Casket.
Pinnacle of the puppet show, the Thorn family crumbled overnight. Its heir, Caspian, vanished into the puppet manor.
And I'm uninstalling it right away, not out of like spite or anything, but because I'm quickly running out of room after downloading all these demos.
A rumor began to spread. Caspian found a way to bring puppets to life and obtain the gift of immortality. The living puppet Galatea sometimes invites puppet masters into the manor to learn Caspian's skill, but those self-claimed geniuses never came back alive. Wealth, skill, and the ultimate mystery, all answers lying buried deep within the manor. Now, the invitation has arrived at your door, and you, Vance, will you be the exception?
What up? Obey the egg! 4 fucking years, thank you so much. The Puppet Casket is a 2D puzzle adventure set in a mysterious Victorian manor. Navigate among eerie marionettes, solve intricate puzzles, and gather clues to seize the artificial eye and uncover the truth behind the Thorn family's tragic downfall. This is due to come out. It's out. Fucking fuck, it's out. Well, if you want to see it, god damn it, dude. If you want to see it, suggest it for Indie Saturday, since it's already out. I did it again. Fuck me. All right. We're doing demo days because they're not released. All right, nowhere to run. God damn it.
Please come in, Mr. Van.
This is coming soon. Good. We are doing Indie Saturday on Saturday, just so you know. Alrighty. Nowhere to. Okay. Nowhere to Run is an interactive film with over 120 choices and 18 different endings. Embark on a journey with Lucy and help her escape the desert before her abductor finds her. But he's not the only one she needs to worry about. Fuck, she is having a bad day. Release date coming soon. Developed and published by ChooseWise. No release date. Coming soon. TBA. Let's go. And before we get into it, okay, sorry about that. Just had to pee. Let's do this. Whistling intensifies. Not to be argumentative, but it looks like she's got lots of room to run. You make a valid point. Nowhere to run? How about a wide open desert? That's everywhere to run. You literally have everywhere to run. 360 degrees of running. Should have called it Nowhere to Hide. Yeah, that's why. Yep. Yep.
That's the last one for the day.
I can't believe this guy lives so far out.
I guess he values privacy.
I don't know. Whenever I see him in town, I just
Officer
feel like there's
Flanagan.
something off about him. You think he could have done it?
Maybe. He's a nice guy and all. But sometimes when he gets drunk,
Saw him at the bar one time, hitting on Roberta's daughter. He's a creep.
I guess he got desperate after his wife left.
This is the kind of FMV I want more of. Like interactive movies. Okay, what happens if I don't knock? Do we just stand there at the door?
What are you waiting for? Come on. We don't have all day.
Nope. Not gonna knock, man. I don't believe in it.
Let's call it.
What do you mean? We got an investigation to finish?
I just don't feel like talking to him.
That's fucking awesome. I love that a non-choice is actually a choice. The end. I'm just not that interested. Talk to him. Credits roll. Do we get an ending? Tell me we get an ending. That's one of the 18 endings. They just show him driving away. It's so good. And it's drawn out too. Get the fuck. I love it. I fucking love this game already, man. I fucking love it. Bob decided to drop the investigation and not talk to Daniel. Total scenes unlocked, 10%. Start over. Oh, there we go.
Do you think it could have done it?
Maybe.
Maybe. He's not.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. I made one choice before that.
Maybe he's out.
His truck is here.
Oh, I'm fucking coming.
Hey, good to see you, Bob. What can I do for you?
Let's get to the point.
We got a couple of questions.
Something wrong, Bob?
Hopefully not.
Mind if we come in?
Sure, why not?
Let me just get my 3 meatball spaghetti out of here.
If I'd known you're coming, make yourselves at home.
Why don't you guys sit down on the love seat?
Here. No, you didn't drive out just for a speeding ticket.
I'm gonna check if he knows.
Seen any strangers around lately?
Strangers around here?
Anything unusual happen?
No. Why do you ask?
Girl went missing, Daniel. Last time she was seen was at the Blue Lantern, 5 days ago.
Were you at the bar that night?
What night was that exactly?
Thursday?
No, I came straight home, watched Law and Order. You coming to play cards, Bob? I'd love to take your money again.
I'll loosen up.
I don't miss games, Daniel. That's you.
Well, maybe you should save some of your money.
I only bet on sure things.
That's not what my wallet says.
So you haven't seen her?
I know they're actually
lied to you, Bob.
Trying in this. I like it.
That's her. Lucy Taylor.
Wow, pretty girl. I hope nothing happened.
We hope so too. That's why we're looking for anything that could help us find her.
Well, good luck.
I will bluff.
So why are people saying that they saw you leaving with her?
Look, this is ridiculous. We can sit here hour after hour. You can ask me question after question, but the fact of the matter is, I don't know this girl. I really don't.
Sounds like
some coffee.
You're protesting
Make
a lot.
the best cup this side of the mountain.
No one else lives here.
Exactly, darling. You want some?
Yes.
Sure. Why not?
What about you? Too bad. It's really good.
Because when my wife buys coffee, she buys shit. When I buy coffee, I want to taste it.
I don't like him.
Yeah, you said that already.
I know. There's something really off about that guy.
Oh, my agree is locked. Okay, I guess I will defend him.
Seriously, Emma, what is your problem?
Excuse me?
Look, I know Daniel's a weird dude, but he's a friend of mine, so cut it out. He's had a rough time, and I'm not just talking about his wife. Jeff told me that his father, alcoholic, he was a psychopath.
Are you not hearing this?
So maybe there's a pattern?
All right. The famous McGee coffee.
Wait, is she a great big fat person?
Go on, take a sip.
Look at the grounds in that shit. Holy fuck. Look at it. Oh my God, that looks like dirt. I'll drink it.
It's actually really good.
I told you so.
Told you so.
I wouldn't lie to a police officer.
Damn good coffee. And hot. Who drinks coffee in a glass cup? Well, not coffee, but tea. Jean-Luc Picard. It's not that uncommon to drink coffee out of a glass cup. That dude got a murder boner, you know it. You know it.
I told you to be quiet.
Yeah, we heard her.
You got something to say to me, Missouri girl?
Don't call me that.
I'll call you whatever I want, bitch. I fucking told you to be a good girl, didn't I?
I ain't begging you for shit, hillbilly.
Acting all tough, huh? Any last words?
I will convince you. Maybe.
You should let me go. The police already came here and they'll find me eventually.
I'll make sure they won't.
I won't shoot her. No, I won't do it. I won't do it. Okay. 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 Oh, it's empty anyways? Oh, the barrel was empty.
I gotta go to town.
I think that's what he was trying to display.
I'll be right back.
Ew.
You gonna miss me?
Man, come on.
Fuck off.
Yeah, fuck off. I'm not scared
What'd
of you.
say?
I will repeat it. No, I want to repeat it. I want to repeat it. That's blocked, unfortunately. Fabiana, I am with you on that. I've heard it so many times. You don't have to do this. Like, not only is it trite and overused, but like, duh.
I'll still find you. There's nowhere to run around here. You know, that's a little too easy. There, that's more like it. In case we have visitors.
That always kind of bothered me too. The one piece of tape over the mouth. Oh, get ready to use your keyboard. Okay, okay, okay. I'm ready. Oh. Okay. It changes. Yeah, you just lick it. There's no piece of tape that I've seen that stays on after like you lick it with saliva. What is happening here? Oh, there's a new segment. Oh, fuck. Okay. 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 That was weird. That was weird. Oh.
Ah, fuck.
Damn it.
Ah, fuck. Ah, fuck.
Got it. Okay. Okay. Shit. Fuck. Down, left, whatever. Fuck you. Fuck you. There. Oh yeah, that. Oh fuck. It's like she doesn't have tape on her mouth. Would be. Oh. No, if you want that tape to stay there, you got to wrap it around her head like 6 or 7 times. Not that I know. I don't know. I'm guessing. I'm just guessing. Come on. She should try the coffee. It's really good. Wait, you're gonna leave without having any coffee? It's surprisingly good. Nowhere to run to, baby. Nowhere to hide. No, we made that comment earlier. There's literally everywhere to run in a desert. Pick any direction. Maybe it means there's no destination to run to since you don't know where the fuck to go. Maybe that's what it is. Yeah, nowhere not to run to. There you go. No place to run to. Yeah, she picks the road. The road is so like desolate. It's probably named after the guy who lives there. It's probably like Earl's Road or whatever. You escape the house, but can you escape the desert? Wow, there's 2 more endings that we can see from this demo. I am super stoked to play this when it comes out. I am really excited to play this. That's great. Good little demo. Very well acted. Good writing. Like, not a bunch of cheese. It was fucking impressive. I was impressed. Very impressed. All right, y'all. That's going to do it for me today. That's my 8 hours. I'm good to go. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you guys had a good time. Come on out tomorrow. It's the last day of demos. the last day. We still have 74 of them. We'll probably get through, I don't know, 15 of them, give or take. But I'm gonna raid over to Katie's channel because she's doing that trivia thing in about an hour again. So if you want to hang out there, that's where I'll be. But other than that, I'll see you tomorrow for more demos, and then Saturday for any Saturday.
And until next time, y'all, for all of my Berserkers, and for all of Zekonia, this is me, Zeke, saying, see ya!